A very good morning to all of you. I am Nidhi Burman, Senior Assistant Director from Indian Chamber of Commerce, and I welcome you all to Smart Supply Chain Conclave 2025, Unlocking the Future of Logistics. In today's globalized economy, ensuring supply chain transparency and meeting stringent sustainability goals are the growing challenges that business faces to stay competitive. With heightened demands for real-time traceability and ESG compliance, companies are now adopting innovative technologies to streamline operations and deliver on consumer expectations. Today, the supply chain and logistics industry plays a significant role in India's economy and has a far-reaching impact on various sectors. The industry is crucial for economic growth, playing a significant role in facilitating trade, reducing costs, and enhancing competitiveness. India's logistics sector, with the support of government, is moving towards a technology-driven logistics ecosystem and fuels industrial growth under Make in India and accelerates the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. The Indian Chamber of Commerce, through 100 years of its illustrious journey, has promoted Indian business interests. ICC is committed to collaborate and work with stakeholders by resolving their key concerns. ICC has been working closely with the government and sector representative to create an enabling environment for the logistics sectors in India. It is my absolute pleasure to be your host today as we embark on this journey exploring the evolving supply chain management across India. Also today, post-lunch, the conclave will be graced by Shri Balwant Singh Rajput, Honorable Minister, Industries, MSME, Cottage Khadi and Rural Industries, Civil Aviation, Labour and Employment, Government of Gujarat, for the launch of GatiShakti Cargo Terminal at Devaliya Station by Western Couriers Limited. So we have great sessions, one after the other lined up today, and I request all of you to stick around with us to help you, enlighten with some thought-provoking chats along the way. So now, without further ado, let us start the proceedings for today's conclave. First, let me invite our distinguished speakers on the dais for the inaugural session. Mr. Kanishk Sethia, Chairman, ICC National Logistics Committee and CEO, Western Couriers Limited. Mr. Patik Patwari, Chairman, ICC Gujarat State Council and Director, Nexus Infratech Private Limited. Mr. Nilabra Dasgupta, IRS Deputy Chairman, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandala, Gujarat. Mr. Sandeep P. Engineer, President, Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Savan Goriawala, President, Ahmedabad Management Association. Mr. Kirit Soni, Committee Member, ICC Gujarat Council. Okay, so we will wait for Mr. Soni to join in soon. So as in customary, we will now proceed with the lamp lighting ceremony to mark the auspicious beginning of the forum. I would invite all our guests in the dais to join us in lighting the lamp, please. Thank you, everyone. Request you to be please seated. And to begin with, first I would like to invite Mr. Patik Patwari, Chairman, ICC Gujarat State Council and Director at Nexus Infratech Private Limited, to deliver the welcome address. So please.
A very good morning. Friends, Smart Supply Chain Conclave 2025. ICC, Gujarat Council in association with GCCI and Ahmedabad Management Association together decided to come up with this conclave, for reason being that Gujarat is coming up in a big way in the logistics sector. Friends, the coming years is going to be about cost effectiveness when it comes to the international markets. Honorable Prime Minister is putting his best efforts with various initiatives under which our logistics cost of which is 12 to 14% of the GDP should come down to around 8%, so that we become more competitive in the international markets. With this idea, I extend a warm welcome to all of you here today. My colleagues on the dais, Mr. Das Gupta, IRS Deputy Chairman, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Mr. Kanishka Sethia, Chairman, Logistics Committee, ICC, and Director, Western Carriers, Mr. Sandeep Engineer, President, Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry and CMD Estrel, Dr. Sawan Godiawala, President, Ahmedabad Management Association, and my colleague with me in ICC, Mr. Kirit Soni, who has been here and who's been very active in crafting the entire event today. Friends from press and media, members of ICC, GCCI, AMA. As I said earlier, that the importance of logistics is changing day by day. Each state, each country needs its own policies so that their industries become more competitive. Like the PM GatiShakti Yojana, the Indian logistics policy, Bharatmala, Sagarmala. With these initiatives, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi envisioned that the best way they could encourage industries to grow, to become more competitive in the international world. At the same time, the government of Gujarat has been no different, working on the policies aligned by the central leadership and equally crafting a state policies where investments in these sectors become more robust. We have seen investments coming up in big way in Gujarat. Reason being is with the 2100 kilometers of coastal belt, Gujarat is poised for big growth in blue economy and in logistics. We at ICC organized a conclave on blue economy a couple of months back, and it was a big success. Similarly, logistics also is a big thing for Gujarat today. Friends, when you say that a smart supply chain ecosystem, it means that the best way we should adapt AI, IoT, blockchain in our businesses today. Logistics sector is taking up this very effectively. They're making it the entire sector more resilient to absorb it and grow. And I'm sure that today's interactions, the various panel discussions what we have today is going to be quite an eye-opener for all of us. A lot of learnings and takeaways today. I also thank and congratulate Mr. Sethia for the launch of PM GatiShakti Park which is coming up in Halwat. I think it is going to be a big boon for the industries in the Saurashtra sector, specifically those which are into ceramics, agriculture, chemicals, fertilizers. Friends, Gujarat, we can say that it's a hub for three major ports, Pipavav, Kandla, and Mudra. And we see the way the port development is happening and shaping Gujarat. The infrastructure is quite potent. We have seen the roads which connect to the ports being of great use to us. The DMIC, which has major portion passing across Gujarat, has been a boon to Gujarat. And it has been an ideal place for industrialization. When we envision Gujarat as a hub, not only for import and exports for Gujarat, but entire country at a large, so that there could be most effectiveness, cost effectiveness, which could be delivered to the countries in India at large. With this, I'd like to conclude my address today. I'm sure that it's going to be a good takeaways today for all of us here today. Thanking you all once again. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Jai Garbi Gujarat.
Thank you, Mr. Patwari, for setting the tone for today's deliberations. I would now request Mr. Kanish Sethia, Chairman, ICC National Logistics Committee and CEO, Western Couriers India, to deliver the theme address, please.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, policymakers, innovators, trendsetters. Thank you for taking time out to spend a nice, lovely morning with us. The weather is beautiful, the presentation is going to be crisp, and there's coffee after this. It's a privilege to address you all today at the Smart Supply Chain Conclave. Our theme, Unlocking the Future of Logistics, is not just timely, I feel it is essential. Building on what my friend just talked about, we gather here, we stand at the crossroad of a new era, an era which is full of hope, of dynamism. Logistics will not only play the supporting hand, as it has for so long, it's now actually going to be one of the pillars on which our country is going to go towards the 5 trillion. I have prepared a small presentation which I'll use as we go along. The first slide is basically about me. I am the CEO and CFO and whole-time director of a company called Western Carriers India Limited. We listed last year around about a year ago. And I was happy that I did a road show in Ahmedabad pretty much exactly a year ago, I think at the Taj. It was very well received. I got a lot of support from the investor community, so I would like to thank them for that. Western Carriers is the largest 4PL supply chain company in our country. We excel in complex supply chain solutions, and our idea is to create value for our customers by offering them a single solution, so they don't have to go to several vendors when they work with us. We take care of the entire logistics. I am also proud to wear another hat, which is the hat of the ICC chair of the Logistics Committee. I have been chairing ICC National Committee in Logistics for the last 6 years. And so these two roles keep me very happily occupied. So when we look at, just to give some context setting, the Indian logistics sector, what is the scale, what is the significance, where are we? And I would like to give some numbers which would make this quite interesting. So the market size currently for the Indian logistics is valued at just under 230 billion as of 2024 and is expected to go over 350 billion in the next 6 years. That by 2030, we would be achieving a CAGR of nearly 8 to 9%. I don't know of too many other industries which are at such a large scale which would be reaching that kind of numbers. The GDP contribution, like Patwari Saab said, is around 13 to 14%, and it is the effort of our Honorable PM and the entire dispensation to try to bring that down, because the benefits of bringing the GDP cost from 14% to about a sub 10% would be phenomenal for the economy. We are all working towards it. The presentations today are also focused primarily on the multimodal logistics parks, which are also a very large part of this idea. Obviously, logistics is one of the largest employers, more than 22 million people. If you add the Indian Railways, the numbers doubles. Freight movement, obviously, our total freight movement is set to double in the next 6 to 8 years. It took us, ladies and gentlemen, about 40 years to get to the first trillion, another 17 to get to the second, less than 8 to come to the third, less than 5 for the fourth, and less than 3 for the fifth. So you can see as the economy explodes, your freight movement and your logistics movement is also exploding. So what are the disruptive forces which are shaping the future? Patwari Saab briefly touched on these. The main and most important is the digital transformation, artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain. These are all revolutionizing all parts of our lives, including supply chain. Predictive analysis, on-time maintenance, enabling real-time tracking, seamless documentation are some of the very simple ideas that have already been implemented in a global way. Automation, which comes into robotics in warehousing, autonomous vehicles, digital inventory management, these are all gaining great traction everywhere in the world, including ours. One of the major ideas of the PM GatiShakti Yojana is initiatives like data accessibility, which are making infrastructure data available to the private sector, empowering them now to do smarter planning and execution. This takes the whole work into the next paradigm where you're working with public information and using it to improve your systems. Multi-modal integration with 35 multi-modal logistics parks being developed with an outlay of over 50,000 crores. This is going to create seamless interface for road, rail, and waterways. The DFCs, which is the east and the north. East is 100% up and running. The north to west is we've reached up to Gujarat. We will be connecting to GNPT hopefully by the end of this year. And that is, these are game changers. We've been doing movements for one of our principals from Odisha, and one thing that we could never match was the speed which the road could execute orders. I'm happy to tell you that now from Odisha all the way to Punjab, we are able to, using the eastern dedicated freight corridors, deliver within 4 days. We are talking 500 kilometers a day. So, that's the kind of work which is happening under the Pradhan Mantri GatiShakti Yojana, completely changing, the ball game. Obviously, as we grow, it is our duty to take care of our next generation, and for that, a lot of work is going on under sustainability. We are working on green logistics, investing in alternative fuels, electric vehicles, eco-friendly warehousing, solar-powered, infrastructure. Cost reduction is something that obviously is a major part of sustainability. Customer centricity is where, the whole supply chain is now changing. Customers now demand speed, reliability, transparency, right? Your Denso and Zepto must reach in 10 minutes, otherwise you are unhappy. Earlier you were okay with 4 days delivery. So speed is now the hallmark, and we need to strive to go from 10 minutes to maybe 1 minute someday. Tailored solutions are what the name of the game is. The customer must get what he wants, when he wants, exactly how he wants. And laying the foundation for all of this tremendous work that the country has done, several government initiatives which I can't speak enough of. PM GatiShakti National Master Plan, which integrates 16 ministries and multiple flagship schemes for unified tech-enabled infrastructure development. National Logistics Policy, which focuses on last-mile delivery, reducing transport bottlenecks, and a massive budgetary support of 1.5 lakh crores. So, these are some of the ideas. These are some of the things that we are looking at. And the way forward, what are the way forward? There are several things that we can do, to overcome some of the roadblocks that we have currently. Some of the roadblocks which still remain, unfortunately, are fragmented infrastructure. Some regulatory bottlenecks which remain. There are skill gaps. Quality of training and education in the logistics sector still remains a challenge, and data security. So these are some of the challenges, and what are the way forward for all of these? The 4 pillars of action, as I see it, first is that we must embrace technology. I think that's a no-brainer. The more we invest in IoT, the more we work on data analytics and end-to-end visibility, the better we will get in supply chain. The second, which is something which the industry has lacked but is now starting to wake up to, is to foster collaboration. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. As long as we are all profitable, it's a good thing. Third, and more importantly, we have to build sustainable ecosystems. If what we do doesn't prioritize green logistics and energy efficiency, we are actually hurting the supply chain in the long run. And finally, and most critically, is that we all must pledge to develop talent and leadership. That is something that is going to make us future ready and future proof. That is our commitment, that as we partner for India's growth, our mission is clear. We deliver at Western Carriers seamless, reliable, and innovative solutions that empower the Indian infrastructure. As chair of the ICC, I am committed to driving industry collaboration policy advocacy, knowledge sharing to accelerate our logistics revolution. We are not just moving goods, we are moving India forward together. And last, I would like to finish. Let us remember, infrastructure is no longer just steel and cement, it is data, speed, and trust. Logistics is no longer just freight movement, it's economic velocity. Let us be the generation that unifies corridors, digitizes systems, and decarbonizes the supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sethia, for sharing your insights and setting the theme for the day. Now, I would quickly request Mr. Nilabra Dasgupta, IRS Deputy Chairman, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandala, Gujarat, to deliver his address.
All right, early mornings are a little difficult, I guess, if you have traveled the whole night. But I have a lot of material, and I was told that I have full 15 minutes, which I intend to use. So if anybody falls asleep, raise your hand. I have some questions also for a quick quiz. Distinguished guests on the dais, conclave delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be present here today on this very important event that has been organized. And I stand here as a representative on behalf of the Government of India because I represent the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. And I have also been fortunate enough to be at a top management level of two of the largest ports of India, major ports of India, which contribute almost more than 45% of the total throughput that we achieve. Needless to say, I am very important for logistics and supply chain. So now, let me bring this conclave to a context as I understand it. What is logistics? So I have also had a brief experience as an administrator and in investigation, and in one of my such journeys, I was taught logistics and supply chain by an aging truck transporter. He said logistics is nothing but moving people. Of course, he said moving people and commodities. But as we move forward, we may even see movement of ideas, of intangibles. Who knows? You may move ideas in the future as intellectual properties that are moved from point A to B. So there is a point of origin and there is a point of destination. There may be multiple points of destination, and the efficiency that we derive therein is what the management of the supply chain and the efficiency that we derive out of logistics means. Now, how do we derive that efficiency? Primarily, that efficiency is derived on three pivots, as I understand it, for any efficient supply chain management or logistics ecosystem. The first is the time factor. We have to move goods, we have to move people, we have to reach the OD, completion, the OD cycle in the least amount of time, in the fastest time possible. We have to reduce the cost to the minimum. And third, we have to reduce the compliance burden. The compliance burden, as we understand in terms of the procedural aspects of it, in terms of the due diligence, in terms of the permits, the licenses, the regulatory work that we have. And now there is a fourth pivot that has been added as we move forward, as India moves forward. We have added the idea of greening it. So we have to make it green, and we have to make that supply chain and that ecosystem of logistics also sustainable. So we have three major pivots, the basic fundamental pivots, and then we have an overarching pivot of the green and sustainable goals. Now, as I understand, this logistics and supply chain management is a vast ocean, almost as long as the coastline of India, which has now been redesignated to 11,000 kilometers instead of 7,000, and you can spend the whole day on it. But then I guess that is why they have made three pivots for today's program. The first one is the multimodal logistics parks. The second one is the container manufacturing ecosystem. And the third, I guess, is the IMEC initiative, of which is again a far-reaching initiative that we have. So I'll briefly delve upon all three, but I'll also take some time to inform the august audience here of what measures the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, which is a major player in the logistics ecosystem and one of the primary reasons of multimodality in India, has done. And finally, I'll also speak very briefly on what my port today, that is the Deen Dayal Port Authority, is doing in this regard. So insofar as multimodal logistics parks are concerned, I think we all know about the benefits that we derive out of such infrastructure ecosystems. In the past, India has faced fragmented infrastructure. We have had siloed modalities, and we have had assisted issues that have come out of the disjointed infrastructure and modality options, the multimodal logistics parks have cured that to a very large extent in one go. It has brought in multimodal mix, it has brought in warehousing and container handling ecosystems, and it has also brought in a very fast turnaround in terms of pivoting all of that in one point. We all know that the idea is to have in excess of maybe 50 to start with 35 MMLPs situated at important intersections which serve the trade and the commerce of the country. And the only thing that probably we need to now look at is that though we have all these pivots that we decide on how to operate our multimodal logistics parks, are we also taking our steps towards taking technological innovations, as somebody mentioned, maybe initially to bring in a certain kind of automation, and then applying a machine learning environment on it to eventually reach at an AI-enabled MMLP, which will help us to have predictive intelligence, which will generate better and faster and more efficient solutions for the MMLPs in the overall logistics ecosystem. So I hope that all the industry leaders, the delegates who are here, would ideate and start thinking in these terms, because the basic theories of MMLP are available everywhere. It is the value add that will eventually take us to the next step in the multimodal logistics parks ecosystem. This brings me to the second important pivot, that is the containers. We all know that that is the hero of the game. So containers bring in scalability, they bring in security, they bring in standardization. But unfortunately, we all know that India predominantly depends on imported containers. And that in today's era of certain kinds of geopolitical strife, maybe black swan events like a pandemic induced some kind of stalling, is a huge red flag. So I'm sure that with adequate emphasis of Atmanirbhar programs, of Making in India schemes with performance-linked incentives, and with support from the Ministry of Rail, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, and overall the Government of India, we would achieve the right kind of traction to incentivize container manufacturing in India. And in that, you are most welcome to visit my port and try and see, we are there to engage with you, how we can incentivize an ecosystem for container manufacturing. Again, the August audience has to introspect and ideate as to how we bring in resilience, because it has to be done by us. It is not that the world is going to make us a container manufacturing hub. It is us who have to think ways to bring in traction in the container manufacturing environment and also make it competitive, because eventually it is not containers being manufactured for us, but our overall goal should be that we should be net producers of containers even for the global consumption. Now, the third important pivot for today's program is the IMEC. Now, that is the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. Now, the India, Middle East, European corridor is a very ambitious geo-strategic and geo-economic program initiative, which looks at basically reducing the distance to very important value-add, high-value markets in Europe as well as Africa. And this is done by taking rail and port connectivity from India through the 4 countries of UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel. Now, what are the benefits? Under the IMEC, we immediately slash the travel time by about 40%. Then the synergies that we bring in helps us to make one unified customs area, at least digitally. So it reduces the compliance cost to a very large extent. And also it ensures a certain certainty to the system. So we tick all the important benchmarks which are required for an efficient logistics and supply chain environment, and also which are basically trade enablers. So what does IMEC do? It conceives a digital platform called Maitri, which is a master application for international trade and regulatory interface, which again looks at 3 important pillars. It will immediately bring a regulatory harmonization of all the rules across different boundaries, because these are across different international boundaries. It will also reduce the regulatory time that is required to get clearances, to get all kinds of diligences done across international boundaries. And most importantly, it will open up a very high potential market to small players also in the Indian trade ecosystem. So if we can conceptualize it, IMEC is the physical body and the Maitri is the brain. So right now, we are in a very advanced stage of benchmarking the instrumentalities that will form part of this mechanism. And my port is also one of the primary movers in that. And I feel that this is going to be a very big tectonic shift, and the ports, the businessmen, the industry, especially in the Western sector, stands to gain immediately. But in the long run, this will have benefits for the overall Indian trade and industry. Now, with these three important initiatives, how are the ministry that I belong to, how is it positioning itself in making supply chain and the logistics sector more viable, and also bringing more benefits to the Indian trade and help India achieve the goal that our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has set up for us, that of achieving a Viksit Bharat. Now, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways has given many schemes, primarily the Sagarmala scheme. Now, the Sagarmala scheme, as you are all aware, and I'll invite all of you to visit the ministry website and have a look at it, has 5 pivots. So we are looking at port modernization, we are looking at port connectivity, we are looking at port-led industrialization, we are looking at coastal community development, and we are also now added a 5th pivot called the coastal cargo incentivization and inland waterways. As we all know, there is about 15,000 kilometers odd of inland waterway navigation possible. How much of it can be actualized is again a time-taking factor which we have to check. Apart from that, looking at the 4th commitment that I spoke about in the logistics and supply chain ecosystem, that of greening, that of bringing smart and sustainable solutions, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways has also enumerated important documents. 2 of them, again, please, you are most cordially invited to look at it, the Maritime India Vision and the Maritime Amritkal Vision. Now, these documents have a lot of greening measures. So we have had something called the Harit Sagar initiatives. Then we have the Harit Nauka initiative. In fact, my port was the first port. The Indial port was the first port to onboard itself to the Green Tug Transition Program. So we have ordered for a green tug, an e-tug. And similarly, there are more than, I think, 150 initiatives which are already underway in the 12 major ports and also the various non-major ports under the state maritime boards in bringing in a more sustainable, smart and green shipping and ports infrastructure. Why I emphasize on that is when we talk about multimodality, ports are one of the most important pivots because multimodality is inherent in it. On the sea side, you will have some kind of vessel, maybe a Panamax, maybe a Cape, maybe a ULCC or a VLCC. And on the other side, you would have different modes. So again, this is something that I need to share. How I understood this was in terms of unitary systems. So they say, that person taught me that there's always a truck. So something that runs on a road, we have all seen is a truck. If you put a large enough truck on rails, it becomes a train. If you fix wings to a truck, it becomes an air cargo movement, an airplane. And if you put that truck in the water and really expand it, it becomes your sea, moving vessel. And if you move the person out of the truck and fix it somewhere, it becomes your pipeline or your conveyor. So if you conceptualize it in that manner, then ports are a pivot where all these modalities are there and will have to be there for evacuation of cargo either out of the port or as a recipient point. So going forward, I believe that it is an exciting ecosystem that we are looking at. We have to, again, bring back our focus to the 3 important points: faster movement of goods, people, maybe sometimes ideas, cheaper movement of goods, people, and lower compliance cost, with an overarching goal of bringing in more technology-enabled solutions, green solutions, and sustainable solutions. I'm sure that the decade ahead is that of India's logistics, and the time is ours. My port has taken a lot of important measures as we speak. We will be commissioning our first electrolyzer, green hydrogen plant of 1 megawatt, which will be running for 8 hours per day and producing close to 14 kg per hour green hydrogen by the end of this month. Yesterday, we signed a very important memorandum of understanding for a technological demonstration for a magnetic rail-based cargo or freight movement, at least initially within the ports, and then maybe scaled up. We are also commissioning 11 green hydrogen buses by November, which will bring in a certain kind of greening of one of the most important mobility options involved inside the ports for the workers. Apart from that, we are also looking at the various port modernization and enablement steps, like we have made all our railway upgradation DFC compliant. So going forward, we intend to be an important pivot for the freight corridors. And I believe that in that aspect, the most important part, the most important component of this whole journey is sitting in front of me. It is the industry, it is the trade, it is the innovators, it is the industry leaders who have to take forward this process. And today in India, we have a dialogue where we are willing to engage and listen and learn from you. So when we do something, we are always willing for you to come and try to kind of benchmark it, kind of analyze it, and also give us points to further take it forward, to make it more lean, to make it more green, to make it more efficient, and to make it more effective. So I once again congratulate ICC for hosting this beautiful event. I tried to find out very, very carefully. I couldn't see anybody sleeping, but maybe most of you are sleeping with your eyes open. If that is so, the mistake is that of the ICC, not mine. And I'm very glad that I could be here and share my ideas. I look forward to meeting all of you at my port. It is a long travel, I know, but you are most welcome. We are looking at an exciting future, and we want to be partners in that journey. Thanks once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Das Gupta, for sharing your thoughts. You're indeed important to the industry and to us, of course. Now I would request Mr. Sandeep P. Engineer, President, Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to deliver his address. So please.
Thank you. First of all, I'm not from the transport, logistics, container, any of this industry, but I run an industry, and I represent Gujarat Chamber of Commerce. And in that context, they have given me a long speech to read, so I don't want to read that. Because it looks like I am not understanding and reading. But respected Nilabra Das Gupta ji, Pathik Patwari, who has given me this chance to speak in front of you, Sawan Bhai, my again friend, and we are sitting in this complex. He is managing the whole of this AMA. And Kanishka Shethia, I learned a lot from you while you were speaking, and Kirit Bhai Soni, and all of you guests, industry leaders and friends. पहले तो लॉजिस्टिक इतना बड़ा सब्जेक्ट है, थोड़ा हिंदी में बोले तो क्या है कि इंग्लिश बहुत सुन लिया हमने तो थोड़ा आप भी जाग जाओ थोड़ा। लॉजिस्टिक इतना बड़ा सब्जेक्ट है, सब लोग बोल रहे थे। लॉजिस्टिक पहले ज़माने में छोटा भी लॉजिस्टिक हुआ करता था, सवारे आंगड़ीओ आवे એટલે आंगड़ीओ लॉजिस्टिक હતું, एंड दैट शिफ्टेड टू कोरियर्स। ऐसे ही हमारे ट्रक्स जब मूव होते थे तब रोड के इश्यू थे, ऑक्ट्रॉय के इश्यू थे, फिर वहाँ पे वज़न कांटे लगाए जाते थे, अपने बॉर्डर क्रॉस करते थे, लाइंस लगती थी। तो ये सारा लॉजिस्टिक मोमेंट जब होता था, और मुझे याद है कि हमने जब हमारी कंपनी शुरू की एस्ट्रल, तब हमारा एक प्लांट हुआ करता था गुजरात में, तो सबसे बड़ा इश्यू था लॉजिस्टिक्स। गुड्स को मूव करना है, मुझे इधर से गुड ले जाना है, अगर कलकत्ता बेचने जाता था तो उसमें 12 से 15 दिन लगते थे माल को पहुंचने, और वो टाइम एक टाइम भी था और कॉस्ट अलग 12-13-14% कॉस्ट लगती थी। अगर आपका गुड सस्ता है, ट्रक में आपने अगर ट्रक भर दी और वैल्यू नहीं है तो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट बढ़ जाती है। तो कॉस्टली गुड्स जो ट्रांसपोर्ट होते थे उसमें परसेंटेज कम होते थे, कॉस्टली जो गुड्स कॉस्टली नहीं थे उसमें परसेंटेज ज़्यादा हो जाते थे। तो वी हैड टू पुट प्लांट्स ऑल अक्रॉस इंडिया। द बिगेस्ट रीजन ऑफ पुटिंग द प्लांट्स वाज लॉजिस्टिक्स, टू सेव लॉजिस्टिक्स। नाउ you can understand the capital people are employing because the cause is logistic, to put plants across India. If with the vision of our Prime Minister and if the road transport becomes more faster, more better, the boundary crossing becomes more easier, you just move out of the boundary, why you stop? Then all these investments which are being made in one sector can be made in different sectors. आज लॉजिस्टिक और ट्रक मूवमेंट और पोर्ट मूवमेंट और कार्गो मूवमेंट जो मैं समझता हूँ, मेरी तो गलती भी हो सकती है, बड़े दोनों बैठे हैं, चाइना इसमें लीड करता है, हाईएस्ट कंटेनर्स चाइना के पास। बीच में हमारा माल नहीं आ रहा था, हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं पीवीसी, सीपीवीसी, बहुत सारी चीज़ें, करीबन महीने 700-800 कंटेनर आते हैं। तो मैंने पूछा कि भाई क्यों डिले है, तो बोला चाइना में कंटेनर ब्लॉक हो गए, चाइना का एक्सपोर्ट कम हो गया तो सारे कंटेनर चाइना ने ब्लॉक कर दिए। तो एक कंट्री का कंटेनर ब्लॉक होने से पूरी व्यवस्था में तकलीफ आ जाती है, प्राइस बढ़ जाता है। तो हमको भी बहुत करना है। हम जो बात कर रहे हैं 120 बिलियन या 180 बिलियन एंड 1 ट्रिलियन of logistics by, I don't know which year, 5 years from now or 2030. So 5 years, 6 years from now. So to reach that level, इंडिया को बहुत सारी चीज़ें करनी है। पोर्ट्स बनाने हैं, कंटेनर्स बनाने हैं, साहब ने बताया कंटेनर्स बनाने पड़ेंगे और गुड्स बनाने पड़ेंगे। लॉजिस्टिक चलता किससे है? लॉजिस्टिक तो चलता है, माल बनता है अच्छा, तो बाकी लॉजिस्टिक का काम क्या है? लॉजिस्टिक तो कर देंगे। अगर अच्छा माल बनेगा, अच्छा अगर कंट्री में आप ग्रोथ आएगा तो लॉजिस्टिक इज ऑब्वियसली गोइंग टू ग्रो एंड लॉजिस्टिक हैज़ टू सपोर्ट द इंडस्ट्री। आज अमेजोन आप समझ लो, मैं सोचता था अभी कि अमेजोन की एक ऐप इज़ ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट बट द बिगेस्ट थिंग इज़ द लॉजिस्टिक पार्ट। उसने दो चीज़ का यूज़ किया, एक लॉजिस्टिक का कि आप ऑर्डर करो आपके घर आता है, ऐसे ही आज तो आप आँख पलको और घर पे माल आ जाता है। वो भी छोटा भी लॉजिस्टिक है, छोटा आदमी डिलीवर करता है, बड़ा करता है, उससे बड़ा करता है। साहब लोग तो कंटेनर करते हैं और पोर्ट्स करते हैं और एक्सपोर्ट की बात करते हैं। जब वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट एक्सपोर्ट्स एंड व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग, कल लोग खुश हो गए, टेस्ला लॉन्च हो गया। हम टेस्ला खरीदेंगे तो लॉजिस्टिक को कितना फ़ायदा होगा, क्योंकि गाड़ियाँ तो उधर से बन के आएगी, कंटेनर्स और शिप्स में आएगी। तो द होल ग्लोब्स सिस्टम इज़ वर्किंग ऑन लॉजिस्टिक्स। I was studying a case study of Zara when I was in Harvard recently, and the Zara uses, the biggest use of Zara is logistics, not the goods. The biggest way that Zara is logistics. I am studying a case study in paints of Asian Paints. Asian Paints is not a company of paint, it is a company of logistics. The system of logistics which he has created within the country. आप तो आज आए स्मार्ट चेन में समझने पूरे दुनिया की व्यवस्था। मैं तो देश की व्यवस्था जानता हूँ, दुनिया की नहीं जानता इतनी सारी। तो he has created a system of logistics. आदमी के वहाँ गुड्स ख़त्म हुआ, 2 घंटे में डिलीवर हुआ। तो आप कई लोग आए होंगे, वो इवन ट्रक भी चलाते होंगे विद इन दी कंट्री, कई लोग एक्सपोर्ट भी करते होंगे, कई लोग का वो CNF भी होगा और अलग अलग व्यवस्था से आए होंगे लॉजिस्टिक। तो व्हाट यू कैन डू इज़ फॉर अस एज अ चेंबर, इफ़ यू हैव इश्यूज which we can represent and to the government, even the state government, national government, we are open to have a discussion on all the logistic things which we can represent. And with the vision of GatiShakti and our Honorable Prime Minister, I am sure that a lot of support will be given to all of you to resolve these issues and see how we can move faster, better and deliver our goods in कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव वे। ग्रीन और सब बहुत लिखा है, मगर ग्रीन तो आज हर आदमी ग्रीन की बात करता है क्योंकि ग्रीन ग्रीन है, मगर हर ग्रीन नहीं हो सकता है। वो पेट्रोल से ट्रक चलेगी तो चलेगी, हवा से तो नहीं चलेगी तो ग्रीन तो करेंगे, दुनिया ग्रीन तो होने वाली है धीरे धीरे, मगर स्पीड इज इम्पोर्टेंट। ग्रीन से ज़्यादा स्पीड, स्पीड से ज़्यादा एफिशिएंसी, और स्पीड में भी सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस है आपकी जो रोड्स की व्यवस्था है, आपकी जो ट्रांसपोर्ट की व्यवस्था है, और आपके जो क्रॉसिंग करना है, आपको एक स्टेट से दूसरे जाना है, उसकी व्यवस्था है। जैसे इंपोर्ट में मैं बताऊं कि साहब बता रहे हैं, मगर आज प्राइवेट जो कंटेनर डिपोज आए हैं, और प्राइवेट हैं, हम तो प्राइवेट से काम करते हैं अभी, उनका जो स्पीड है टू bring the goods and deliver the goods is also at next level. And I am sure that every government, semi-government, all bodies will have to cope up with this way of working in the coming years. Second is, I don't know much, I am not aware, but you must automize things. आपको अगर कंटेनर आके गिरा है तो और क्लियरेंस करना है तो देर मस्ट बी स्पीड नाउ, आई फुल्ली अंडरस्टैंड, बट दैट स्पीड हैज़ टू इंक्रीज। जितना आप स्पीड करोगे कोई भी धंधे की तो उतना ही आपको ग्रोथ में काम आएगा, क्योंकि कंटेनर ब्लॉक ना होना चाहिए। कंटेनर के 2 दिन हो जाते हैं, फिर डैमरेजेस शुरू हो जाते हैं, फिर डैमरेज हो गया तो उसको दूसरा इश्यू आता है, तीसरा आता है, तो इट्स अ मल्टीपल चेन ऑफ थिंग्स विच वी नीड वी कैन। ये सब्जेक्ट ऐसा है, दाग गुप्ता साहब ने बताया कि वी कैन डिस्कस होल डे, एंड इट इज़ अ बिग सब्जेक्ट एंड यू कैन कीप डिस्कसिंग होल डे। सो ऐसे ही आप सब आए हैं, टेक द बेस्ट बेनिफिट ऑफ ऑल द डिस्कशंस। और आपको कोई भी इश्यू है चेंबर की, जहाँ पे आपको लगता है कि चेंबर हैज़ टू बी ए पार्ट ऑफ एनी ऑफ द रिप्रेजेंटेशंस विच कैन इम्प्रूव योर बिजनेस, your way of working, and be with the government to resolve them. We are always open to take the and I am sure with the positive approach of the government, all of this can be made possible. So thank you very much, all of you, for giving me the chance. और नेक्स्ट टाइम लॉजिस्टिक में पूरा दिन बैठूंगा तो समझ, हाँ दूसरा साहब ने बताया कि कई फ्रेट कॉरिडोर इम्पोर्टेंट है जहाज को जाने के लिए, आने के लिए, और कई बार वो कॉरिडोर एक लड़ाई होने से बंद भी हो जाते हैं, तो पूरी व्यवस्था में तकलीफ आनी शुरू हो जाती है। तो वी होप द ग्लोब स्टेज पीसफुल एंड द फ्रेट कॉस्ट कम डाउन and India should flourish to reach the 3rd position, and even we can be pushing forward to the further positions in the economy. So thank you everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Engineer, for sharing your insights. Now I would request Mr. Savan Goriawala, President, Ahmedabad Management Association, to deliver his address. Sir, please.
Thank you. Such an important event and compliments Pathik Bhai and ICC. Distinguished guests, Das Gupta sir, Sethia sir, Mr. Soni, Pathik Bhai, Sandeep Bhai. Sandeep Bhai had a good speech, but then he changed the whole speech and then made even better in Hindi. Maybe I should convert to Gujarati. That's fortunately, I'm not carrying a speech, so I don't have to take anything out. But very important, I'm not going to repeat what the speakers have said earlier. And very, very important first compliments. Of course, this logistics conference happening second time, if I understand, under ICC also. At AMA also, we give a lot of importance to our logistics because that's the heart. I think if I would mistake not as a consultant, my background is a Deloitte partner, investment banker for last 20 years, and then I'm a faculty at IIM Ahmedabad and IIT. But I see a lot of CEOs spending more time on 2 things, and that's where I think most important their time is spent is HR and supply chain. These are the heart of the business that every CEO has spent and has to spend, and these are about strategy, and strategy is not just about, I would say logistics, it is much more. In the new world, even more, because there's a lot of demand. Earlier, it was more about demand planning. Now, it is more about predictability and demand forecasting. So, Das Gupta sir, you also mentioned that the technology that we need to bring in, Pathik mentioned in his speech that AI, ML, that we need to have that AI ML happening to forecast the demand. It is not about that I'm going to sell 10,000 cars in the next month. It is about what if I launch a new car, am I going to be making 10,000, 20,000? And that predictability, the forecasting, and that is the name of the game again in the new world. So demand forecasting is certainly a strategy, and I think you also mentioned about the national policy. The policies are becoming more, helpful to the industries, I would say. GST is one where you said, Sandeep, about the boundaries. I have a reason to believe that GST also reduced that holding up of the lorries and vehicles on the boundaries of the states. And that policy certainly has to be very important, that it should sync with the industry understanding and the development that is. So demand forecasting, demand predictability based on which the strategies are happening, and that brings to also very important aspect of not only JIT, which a lot of companies now got just in time, that your logistics, it's not about the logistics where your speed is, it is also about the working capital. Every 1 hour of delay of a truck is a dead working capital sitting in some truck. And imagine the number of trucks in the country that are, or in the world that are going around. How much of working capital of the industry is stuck on the road, and what can be saved if 1 hour is saved? We mentioned, Sir Setia, sir, you mentioned that 500 kilometers per day that we have achieved is also not something, but certainly we have achieved, I think, much more. 10 days have become 5 days in terms of the transportation from right east to west to east. But that 500 may still be much less in terms of what we should be achieving in the advanced countries, that they might be doing maybe 1,000. I don't know how many kilometers an average truck would be driving, 600, 700, 800 for sure. So that just in time is important, but then more than that, the working capital focus for the national policy guys also is very important, that how do they see that the money, the inventory on the road is productive, it is in the plant rather than on the road. And that just in time also has an vendor managed inventory. Now that's a concept which is not new but has been now so prevalent. The vendor is right inside the plant of the customer, and then they manage the inventory right inside the plant, which is the most efficient way of managing the inventory, reducing the working capital, putting the money more to business, more to sales, more to sourcing, then more to management, than in the dead investment on the working capital as inventory. And that comes to what I wanted to think, because I had a lot of things common, but what I see is that is where this cloud integration, a vendor sitting in the system of a customer, is very important for the best of the efficient supply chains that has to happen. And then naturally the ecosystem of the vendor, whether it is the logistics, transportation, his sourcing, supply, manufacturing, that is all aligned for sitting into the system of the customer, your vendor sitting into your system, and naturally the whole chain goes right up to the consumer. So how can you integrate on the cloud platform or integrate the systems, whether they are ERPs of the world or otherwise, that you have that efficient management that can happen, based on which you actually put the money to use into more productive than the dead working capital that happens. Certainly a lot of things have been discussed on the speed. Speed is very important, and aankh band karte, blink it is actually a blink it, that you cannot imagine that the speed with which the last mile is happening these days. And these are necessarily logistics companies. We would not call up Amazon a product company by any stretch of imagination, because they don't have products. They are a platform, and then they are logistics. The deliveries of the world, the logistic company, they were not there before so many years, but with this e-commerce, and lot to learn, that efficiency and speed creates so much of business, and that business is all we see in terms of making money just because of efficiency. So this efficiency, and maybe the last point that I wanted to probably, that is not missed out but discussed, of course, green logistics has been discussed. Green is very important. Hydrogen, sir, compliments. I think if you're already up and having a 1 megawatt hydrogen coming up, and the hydrogen buses in the sooner times to come, That's certainly no choice about it, but as Sandeep Bhai said, that cannot happen overnight. It will take maybe decade before we actually reach a critical mass, but that initiative is important. But sir, on that ESG front, it is not only the environment. The ethical practices, the responsible practices in the plant with the labor and society is also going to be playing a very important role. The world over, if we see, including India and the European and the American and all advanced countries, there is a reporting of business responsibility. We call it business sustainability and responsibility, BRSR. So now responsibility is not just about environment. The customer, and this is now already the world, and it will be more and more where I see that a vendor would be a preferred vendor not only because he is supplying the same quality or even at a lower cost, but he would be a preferred vendor because his ethical practices, he is a responsible vendor, and that would be marks because that customer is getting the marks from his investor on what is your sourcing and how are you responsible as a business. So responsibility goes much larger than just the environment, and that you will have to be actually submitting as a vendor and even as a transporter or even as the ecosystem service provider, that what is that value add that you've done and what is the policies, philosophy that you have in your organization so far as the responsibility is concerned. So CSR is equally a responsibility. It is not just that CSR because I had a mandatory obligation to write a check, that I will write a check for that CSR 2% of my last 3 years average profitability. But CSR is what? Value addition. The impact of the CSR will go into your report, which will be seen by your customer and the world at large. Your investor and your valuation of the company are also going to be determined by that responsible management and philosophy. So in the new world is going to be different. It's not just about, the same quality and lower price that you become a preferred supplier. It's going to be many more things to do, and it is all about supply chain. That supply chain, this is a part of it. Everything is integral part of what my supplier is, what he is doing, and how he is using the world in the right fashion. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, compliments Pathik Bhai and the ICSC team for holding this very important conference. I am sure there's a lot of knowledge to learn and earn during the day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Godiawal, for sharing your thoughts. Now I would request Mr. Kirit Soni, Committee Member, ICC Gujarat Council, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to sincere thank to the eminent guests. Prior to giving thanks to all of them, I would like to share a few of my thoughts during the session also. Because, see, in 2021, I heard first time the multi-modal logistic. That was the first time, well, during the COVID time, our PM just they give us a word that it's a multi-modal logistic. I based at Bhavnagar, we are at a remote location. And the difference and the amendments, the changes what is going, that's we are feeling very closely. Just before 3 to 4 years, traveling from Bhavnagar to Ahmedabad was for 3.5 to 4 hours. Now it is 2.5 hours. And in coming days, in next couple of weeks only, it will be just 2 hours from Bhavnagar to Ahmedabad. So this is how the things are changing. That as Sandeep Bhai said that yes, we have to do a lot, but government is doing a lot. And now the things are coming up, so we'll get the benefit of all the things. When it comes to a logistic, prior to 21, again, it was only a transport companies was there in my mind, that there are the people who are moving goods from one location to other location. But now it is not only a transport company, but it's a lot, many things are there. And it's all about integrated solutions providers. And my colleague said very truly that it's not only about logistic, but it is about working capital also. Working capital on finished goods as well as working capital on raw material also. Because the moment we deliver the goods fast, my raw material cost will come down. That is how we are reducing the cost of the product also and cost of logistic also. Now come to my job, which is given offer today. I extend my sincere thanks to the guest of honor, Nilambara Das Gupta, IRS Deputy Chairman, Deen Dayal Port, Mr. Sandeep, Engineer, our President. I am also a member of GCCI. This Pathik Patwari, my colleague. I've got an opportunity to work with him during his tenure as a President in GCCI. Then Mr. Kanishk Sethia, Chairman, ICC Logistic Committee, and Dr. Sawan Godiawala. We have got a very good insights. They have given a very good thought sharing, and definitely it's a think and thought process, involving process, and lot of things are there to come during the day. Hope good day to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soni, for the gracious note. This brings us to the close of the inaugural session. May I now request Pathik sir to present a small token of presence to our guest in the dais here. So I will sequentially call the name, Mr. Kanish Sethia. Mr. Nilambara Das Gupta, please. Mr. Sandeep P. Engineer. Dr. Goriawala. Mr. Soni. And I would request Mr. Sethia to present it to Mr. Patwari, please. Thank you, everyone. We will now take a short tea break and start our first technical session in next 15 minutes. So request all the guests to gather here on time, please. All of us are well seated. Now we would, moving on, we are going to start with our first panel discussion titled Accelerating India's Logistic Future, Multi-Modal Logistics Park under GatiShakti Yojana. Multi-modal logistics park in India are poised to significantly transform the logistics sector by improving efficiency, reducing costs, and enhancing connectivity across different transportation modes. MMLPs introduce modern infrastructure and technologies, modernizing the logistics sector and paving the way for future advancements. I would now like to call upon the dais our distinguished speakers for this session. So as a session chair, would like to invite Mr. Kanish Sethia, Chairman ICC National Logistics Committee and CEO Western Couriers India Limited, please. Mr. Shashi Shekhar, Group Chairman and Founder, Supply Chain and Logistics Group, Chairman and Managing Partner, Innova XL. Mr. Hiten Vasant, CEO, Vasant Group of Companies, Chairman, Logistics Committee, GCCI. Is he not around? Okay. So he's just catching up in a while. Mr. Gopinath Fargare, Head Logistics, Middle East and India Air Products. And as a moderator, we have Mr. Kaushik Das, Aviation Logistics, GatiShakti Vishwavidyalaya, Vadodara, former Air Commodore, Indian Air Force. And to set the context for this session, I would like to invite Mr. Sethia to, just, if you're comfortable there or you would want to come up, whatever is okay with you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. I hope you all enjoyed your cup of coffee. It's important to keep the energy levels high, right? So, if everyone's feeling energetic, can I please have a round of applause for our esteemed panelists? So, the panel discussion that we are doing here is about accelerating India's logistics and what multimodal logistics parks under the GatiShakti Yojana is going to basically contribute in this, what it is, how does it work. So just wanted to give a little bit of a background that this whole comes under the PM GatiShakti National Master Plan, which is an infrastructure behemoth, which has been, in the works for now over a decade. It's something which looks at completely reimagining and reworking the supply chain and logistics in our country and making us future ready, future forward. The scale of ambition in this project, I feel, is unprecedented. As of 2025, the GOI has identified 434 projects under the GatiShakti. It spans 3 major economic programs in energy, mineral and cement corridors, high traffic density corridors, and port connectivity corridors. All of this adds up to almost 450 projects. The total investment outlay is at a staggering 11.17 lakh crores, reflecting obviously the government's commitment to building a world-class logistics backbone for our country. Obviously, at the heart of this entire transformation, one of the major pillars of this transformation is the multimodal logistics park. 35 MMLPs have already been approved nationwide, designed to act as high-capacity logistics node that integrates all forms of logistics, which is rail, road, river, ocean, and air. The first 5 flagship MMLPs are completely up and running. Those are at Jogigopa in Assam, Chennai, Bengaluru, Nagpur, and Indore. The rest are slowly and surely coming into steam. All these MMLPs, the idea is to have them strategically located to serve the large industrial clusters, the economic zones, the major ports, and directly support the dream of Make in India. What really makes this transformative is that it is a very integrated planning, that it's a GIS-based national master plan, bringing together 16 ministries and departments onto a single window digital platform which synchronizes all the projects. Unified Logistics Interface Platform Initiative is creating single window logistics ecosystems. Most of the states are very actively participating in building of this. And so what is happening is that the impact is already visible. 5 years into it, we see that 91 GatiShakti Cargo Terminals have already been commissioned. 234 are in principal approval stage. The government has sanctioned 68 further projects covering 6,200 kilometers at a cost of 1.1 lakh crores. What are the key outcomes that we are targeting through these is that there's going to be hopefully a drastic reduction in logistics cost, which stands at 13-14% currently to maybe sub 10% in the next decade or so. Faster, more reliable movement of goods is something which is the need of the hour, and this multimodal integration at the logistics parks is going to help. Along with the faster movement, it's going to boost economic growth and employment, make the movements, stress-free. And looking ahead, the GatiShakti approach is not about just building, infrastructure. It's about creating a transparent, predictable, and an analytics-driven environment so that the businesses can thrive and excel. With the support of geospatial mapping, satellite imagery, 200 plus GIS data layers, ministries and states can now visualize, monitor, and optimize infra investments in real time. And this, I feel, is what is accelerating India's logistics future and using multimodal logistics parks as one of the pillars for doing this. The time to act is now. By embracing integrated planning, digital innovation, and sustainable infrastructure, we can ensure that India's logistics sector not only meets the demands of tomorrow, but exceeds it. Thank you. And I look forward to a wonderful panel.
Thank you very much. I am Professor Kaushik Das. I represent the GatiShakti Vishwavidyalaya. It's a central university created by an act of parliament. It's an extension of PM GatiShakti program. And as you would see, it caters to the niche of transportation and logistics. And we believe to be the focal point of entire aspect of research, academia, skilling, and be a think tank for this very, very critical sector. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know you are all thought leaders. We are all dreaming about reducing the logistics cost from the current 14% to 8%. A lot has been said all these while. I am the moderator of this session. I'll take on the Q&A, but I'm very, very fortunate to be amongst a creme de la creme panel of specialists. While I do the Q&A, I would be very, very happy to interact with you because I also have a different hat. For 3 decades, I have been a logistician in the Indian Air Force and have been working extensively on all the sectors, and in specific in the deep tech area of implementing artificial intelligence in ERPs as well as in the entire sector of IoT. Having said that, may I take on, sir, since you were here, I just thought I would take this opportunity to ask you. We have talked all this while about multimodal logistics, and this segment is purely talking in terms of multimodal logistics parks. Could you elucidate, especially on the technology space of this particular area? Because that's very, very critical, because the hardware part of it would come. But integrating this sector, because there are too many moving parts here, too many organizations who would converge in this physical infrastructure, and all of them would have their own data challenges. And definitely somebody in the earlier speaker spoke about forecasting the needs, both from the demand side as also the internal dynamics of how the pick, pack, and the other movements are going. And also to see the containers being optimized as they move up and down the sectors. We cannot have infinite numbers. Would be great, sir, if you can just throw your insight on this.
Hello? Sure. Great question, Professor Das. I think as we move forward, forget multimodal logistics parks, forget GatiShakti Yojana, I strongly feel that as we move ahead in logistics and supply chain over the next few years, it's not going to be about just the physical movement of goods and services. That's a given. It's actually going to be the movement of ideas, innovations, and information, which is what logistics is all today. So what we were discussing earlier in the afternoon, Amazon, right? It's a logistics company. It is playing with the information available, with the data available, and creating, demand and supply solutions. Exactly the same is the way that logistics is now percolating down in all spheres and aspects. So it's a very pertinent question that when you work and create a large MMLP, the first thing that you need to do is do the data integration. Your data integration should be such that it becomes, it creates the lowest common denominator and everyone is able to get the benefit of it. So we work very hard in ensuring that that connectivity is there through ULIP. And the idea is that as quicker your data can flow between the various stakeholders, the logistics partners, the suppliers, the manufacturers, the importers, the exporters, the CHAs, the stevedores, etc., 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 the more unified the movement of data is, the easier it becomes. Just to give you guys a brief aside, Bhada Chalan, CN, consignment notes, these all, there is no unified system in the country as yet. Each states, each individual companies have their own. So, and work is going on in trying to get that onto a unified platform as well. But the idea is, once you have all of it in a unified direction, once the data flows in a unified direction, your working becomes far easier. So that's what my feel is, that building the infrastructure, like Professor Das said, is the easier part. Getting the data complexity resolved is what's going to add the real value.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it helps me to move on to my next question, and that's to Mr. Sashi Shekhar. Sir, do introduce yourself, and what we were thinking of is that what do you think are the current real-life challenges that this sector is facing? Because we all know it is defragmented. Because if we are thinking in terms of solving it with infrastructure and with digitization, we should also need to see and question ourselves, are we solving the right problems? And if you can throw some light on the current challenges in the logistics infrastructure, it will be great to take this story along. Thanks. So your mic.
Hi. Logistics industry has to be understood in the context not only in terms of economy, but at the bottom line, what you say, challenges kind. Is logistics industry respected? I'm saying worldwide, not only in India. In few developed countries, logistics industry is respected. In India, are we respecting those truck drivers? Are we respecting those captains who are driving our parcel delivered at home when you buy it come? So culture of respect. And mind you, you say, oh, this is simple stuff. No. To change from not a great respect culture to a culture of great respect, it's a change of mindset, and it's on industry level. It will take time, but it's high time to initiate. Another concern I have seen, in many countries they have resolved it, in many countries stay. The godown culture should go away. We need industry, high industry standards, warehouses and distribution system, not to go down. This has to change again. Then linking change again in the sense that like, are we building? Are we planning to build? Are we we have built enough? So these are the questions to be asked. You will see all the challenges appear. No, we still operate out of godown in India. That culture has to change. And it's not a real estate problem, it's again a mindset problem. When world, if you go to the developed countries, they are talking about fully automated warehouse. There are standards defined for like one person will not lift more than 20 kg. Do we have that in India? No. the logistics by motorcycles, cycles, of those wrong kind of logistics should be completely avoided. That's a safety concern. How neat is our warehouses or say godown? That problem exists pan-India. Go see yourself. Logistics is also a worship. Make it a worship kind. So we make Swachh warehouses. Again, to say in a panel from this place is easy. To do the implementation right there in the industry had challenges. And so many things link with mindset, the cultural change. And the word cultural, what exists today, what we need to make, that's challenging. All principle of innovations and transformation in the process innovation, in technology innovation, which everybody is saying, has to be done. There are a lot of technologies which exist, but not implemented. Basically, if we get a good piece of technology and implement well, a great efficiency will definitely come, guaranteed, money back guarantee. Technology is definitely progressing very well these days. See the scenario, they call it the dark houses, fully automated warehouses are coming kind. But my take is, in country like India, this can generate a lot of employment, the logistics industry, if we leverage it properly. So, summary. In logistics industry, a lot of challenges. How do we handle it? How do we manage it? How do we project manage it? How do we take from a stage now to a stage in the future? And that's where lies the success of any initiative. This is what I will answer this. Do I continue or go to next question or?
Yeah, fantastic, sir. I'll come back to you.
Yes.
You raised very important, pertinent triggers for me. One, you talked about skilling. You started by the Gudam culture, right? If I may get you right. Yes, that's perhaps where it is oversimplifying the whole logistics and maybe it de-glamorizes the whole thing and perhaps not attracting a lot of technocrats into the sector. But I think, believe you me, sir, that the more simpler it looks, the more difficult is the problem to be solved, right?
Yeah.
So we at GatiShakti look at the skilling sector part of it and we've realized we're talking about huge employment. But who are these logisticians who are coming here? Because they need skill sets not only for doing the physical movement part of it, they need to understand export-import procedures, they need to understand forecasting techniques, they need to understand how the whole aspect of scheduling and production management is to be concerned. So we're actually talking about high-tech guys getting into the system here, and we're trying to address it in GatiShakti to an extent for our courses, which are mostly industry-driven, to see that a logistics professional comes out and he's actually adept at a lot of these. Because both sides, the perspectives have to change. The perspectives have to be changed from the outside world as they view logistics as a separate or maybe also done subject, which is from there has to move to a core part. I think that solves one part of the story, and also, as you told, it's a very destructured way we have been handling it. There are so many issues which technology can solve, and that's what I think Mr. Kanishka has already spoken. Say pilferage itself, a huge way technology can actually solve and make it zero pilferage across. Tracking, tracing your consignment across the spectrum, across all, would be really a possibility, right? So let me move on to the next panelist. I would move on to Mr. Hiten Vasant. He's the CEO of Vasant Group of Companies. Do give your short intro, sir, while you speak. We have spoken a bit of challenges, and I know you've been more into the road sector. If you can just throw some light on those specific aspects, because we want to remain real as we think of a dream of a Vikshit Bharat, but if we don't attend to the real problems, then maybe the solutions will not give us the outcome that we are looking forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Das. Hiten Vasant is my name, and we are into transport. Basically, road transport since 1958. Gradually, we went to warehousing, we are into freight forwarding, but I'm still known as a transporter, and I like to be a transporter. I see a lot of transporters here, so I'll speak in all kind of languages so that everybody can understand what I'm saying. When we talk about logistics, I would say transport, the road transport is a major part of logistics that anybody wants to talk about. Except the guys who deliver on the bikes, it's a separate game. Otherwise, anything that is produced or any raw material that has to be transported through road transport. Now, the issues that the transport industry has are known to people, but to an extent. There are issues which they don't want to discuss. The first and the foremost thing for the transport industry today and why it is dying is there are no drivers. Drivers is a very rare commodity. गाड़ियाँ लोगों की खड़ी है, माल है, पैसा है, गाड़ी नहीं, ड्राइवर नहीं है. Most of the transporters who are having more than 10 vehicles, they work on 70 or 60% efficiency on the road because of the lack of drivers. There has to be something for the drivers because the drivers, there is no dignity of labor that India has, जो सर ने बताया. आज किसी की फैक्ट्री में गाड़ी जाती है तो गाड़ी 10 गाड़ी 20 गाड़ी, बारिश हो, गर्मी हो, ठंड हो, ड्राइवर बाहर बैठा है, ना उसको कोई पानी का पूछता है, ना उसको कोई बाथरूम की सुविधा है. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट मोस्ट ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 95%. 5% of the industries might be kind enough to give the services to the drivers. 95% doesn't do that. They are, even dogs are treated better क्योंकि उसका चौकीदार कुत्ते को दूध या पानी पिला देता होगा, ड्राइवर को कोई पानी भी नहीं पिलाता है. और why would, यहाँ पे जितने भी बैठे हैं उनके वहाँ अगर ड्राइवर नौकरी करने आएगा तो 25-30 हज़ार नौकरी होगी. सेठ की गाड़ी चलाएगा, सिक्योरिटी वाला भी सलाम मारेगा, ऑफिस में जाएगा तो नौकर भी ड्राइवर को सलाम मारेगा क्योंकि सांप का ड्राइवर है. Now his brother who is driving a truck, he is what? He's a driver. Driver of a truck who is roaming around in a truck, who has got the birthright to be abused by each and every person that he comes across. रास्ते में साइकिल वाला है तो अगर उसने साइकिल बीच में डाली है, गाली सुनेगा ड्राइवर. रिक्शा वाला गाली देगा, पुलिस वाला उतार के मारेगा, पैसा मांगेगा. जो पैसा मांगेगा वो उसको सेठ उसका देगा नहीं. भाई खर्चा क्यों हुआ? There is no parking facility anywhere in the road in the city. So why should anybody drive a truck? And why not drive Mercedes or BMW or Jaguars, where they are respected? They are sitting in the air-conditioned cars. They go home at night. So, sir, you being with GatiShakti and you have something that you can do about, the thing that you need to is create drivers. I like to tell one thing, there are some women, but let me be very honest. Most of the drivers, the first generation drivers who are 50 and 60, their children doesn't come because they're dying of AIDS. When a truck from Ahmedabad goes to Assam, it takes 15 days. Now there is a 30-year youth driving this car, this vehicle, has a natural requirement of sex. Where does he get it? I have requested the government in a very high-powered meeting, 2 meetings, that there should be official brothel houses on the highways where they can have safe sex, they can save their lives. And the industry can run. There has to be some provision for them. But it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Either they come and they die after 2 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, or there are no way drivers. So dignity of labor, creating drivers, training them is very, very important, as I would say. That is the first thing for the last mile delivery, because कुछ भी पैदा करोगे, कुछ भी पैदा करना है, truck driver चाहिए, चाहिए, चाहिए. A ship can take so much of loads, 10 लोग होंगे. Aircraft, 2 pilot होंगे. What about the rest of the vehicles, the first and the last mile delivery? So this is one thing which I talk about logistics when it comes to transportation. Then there are a lot of issues. Transport में freight कभी बढ़ते देखा नहीं है. The freight of the transport never goes up because there is no barrier to the entry in this business. कल मेरा एक आदमी बाहर निकल के मेरे 2 कस्टमर तोड़ के अपना धंधा कर देगा, जीएसटी की चोरी करेगा, 50 रुपये के कार्टन के 200-250 रुपये लेगा. He will make his money in 6 months. He will go away, somebody else will come. So I stay where I am, and I start losing, I start bleeding. So there is no way. There has to be some barrier to entry in this business where, I mean, certain things stops, freight increases, and all the industries, they want to save money. Though our logistics cost of India is 13.8%, which is coming down, but there are other costs. A transporter pays, what we normally talk about is driver ke salary, diesel, fuel cost is so high. Fuel in India is much higher than what it should have been. पर उसके सामने टोल, आज मैंने सर के साथ एक एग्रीमेंट किया है, अहमदाबाद से दिल्ली मेरी गाड़ी जाएगी. अब 1 साल में 3 टोल नए आ जाएंगे और उसमें मेरा 3,000 रुपये का टोल लग गया आने जाने का. He is not going to reimburse me. The toll has to be paid by the consigner or the consignee and not by the transporter. Then and then the industry will survive and you can expect some service from a transporter. That has to be, it has to happen. Unfortunately, because it is a fragmented business market industry, people, they don't get together. Again, there is no barrier to the entry of the business. And in competition, आज अगर मैं टोल आपके पास लूँगा तो मेरा आदमी आके बोलेगा सर टोल मैं दूंगा, मैं आपका माल ले जाऊँगा. खत्म. पार्किंग की सुविधा नहीं. वन ऑफ द मेन पॉइंट्स विच आई हैव बीन टेलिंग द गवर्नमेंट इज, अगर आपको एक्सपोर्ट भी करना है, माल इंडस्ट्री भी चलाना है. आज अहमदाबाद की बात करते हैं. अहमदाबाद इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया इज नरोडा, ओडो, वटवा, दोस आर द इंडस्ट्रियल एरियाज ऑफ अहमदाबाद where 60% industries are there. Now the entry to those industrial areas is closed till 11 o'clock in the night since 8 in the morning. आज मेरी ट्रक दास साहब आपके पास आई ये माल लेके, अगर लीगल धंधा करना चाहेगी तो बार पार्किंग के बिना खड़ी रहेगी, जहाँ पे उसको 200-300 रुपया पुलिस वाले को देना पड़ेगा, गुंडों को, वहाँ के लोकल गुंडों को देना पड़ेगा. गाड़ी 11 बजे निकलेगी खाली करने के लिए, तो फैक्ट्री वाले बोलेंगे भाई हम तो सो गए हैं, कल खाली करेंगे. सोमवार की, मंडे की गाड़ी ट्यूसडे आपके वहाँ आएगी, आप उसको अनलोड करोगे. जब मुझे लोड करने जाना है तो गाड़ी 11 बजे पहले निकलेगी नहीं, तो ट्यूसडे को निकल के वेडनेसडे को कहीं पहुँचेगी, वेडनेसडे गाड़ी लोड होगी और वेडनेसडे रात को गाड़ी निकलेगी. 3 दिन ऑफ ए व्हीकल अनयूटिलाइज्ड. एंड देयर इज अ कॉस्ट ऑफ द ड्राइवर, देयर इज अ कॉस्ट ऑफ द इंश्योरेंस, देयर इज अ कॉस्ट ऑफ द टैक्स, एंड देयर ऑल काइंड ऑफ टैक्सेस व्हिच आर हैपनिंग. नाउ it is a need for the traffic to be regulated, but it is the need. अगर 5 trillion पहुंचना है, this is not the way you can reach 5 trillion. There is no way the industry can grow except there are some ways where certain things are allowed and curtailed wherever needed. So there are a lot of points, but sir, these are the points which I am telling you. You are in some position where you can take it. And I'm sure it will expedite the process of going to 5 trillion, because your business, कितनी हजारों लाखों गाड़ियाँ, 2, 3, बाकी, otherwise there is a cost. If you want to get out in one day, you pay money and you are out. आपका 2,000 का खर्चा हो जाएगा, खर्चा कहाँ से निकालेगा? गाड़ी अंदर आने का, गाड़ी बाहर जाने का, गाड़ी अनलोड कराने का, so there are a lot of expenses. So we need to work on this and see how we can take it further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think this is typically what we call reality bites in every sense, right? I just wanted to shape it up like this because while we are dreaming, which is fantastic because we have delayered the problem of logistics cost of 14% to 18%, and we realize we initially need to have a bunyad or a foundation of infrastructure. So that we are, as a country, the government along with the private sector is doing fantastically in the growth in a rate which is looking optimistic. We need a digital layer over that so that those infrastructures get integrated. I think we are fine doing for all those because both these will lead to acceleration in terms of the turnaround time and the movement of goods, which itself will bring in the cost. But are we doing enough is what I think Mr. Hiten Vasant has already talked about. Yes, from a 15 days it may reduce to 10 days, but we are looking at maybe 5 days or 2 days or even lesser. So for that, if these problems are not thought, then we may have a problem in earlier to get into a plateau. So I take this question a bit now towards Mr. Gopinath Fargade. Sir, I've been abroad in in a lot of countries, and I've also seen it's a vicious cycle, right? They also don't have drivers, so which we talk about cheap labor, right? So they have well qualified drivers who would only work for 12 hours, 8 to 9, shut down their Mercedes. They also travel in a Mercedes, only it's become a bus there. But they have an ecosystem which they look after. They themselves are the loaders in a lot of cases, and a lot of things that go automated. We cannot replicate that entire story because then we get in and actually increase the logistics cost because we lose the value of our own service industry. So what do you think, since you have do talk a bit about yourself when you come in, sir, about your experience in India and abroad. We would like to know some best practices which we may have missed out as a part of our policies that we have framed, which we need to dovetail as we now move in. Over to you, sir.
Hello, can you hear? Yeah, thank you. So let me introduce myself. My name is Gopinath. I have more than 2.5 decades experience in the logistics. Being an engineer, I can understand the things more on the facts and figure, put that emotional attach, what the patterns Mr. Vasant has explained and Mr. Sekhar has already explained. So being work in India as well as abroad, most of the European and even American Far East area, yeah, that's a valid question that what are those best practices being implemented there? Not exactly the copy paste, but in the Indian context, how we can implement into India, which are culturally fit and which can really bring meaningful impact to make our economy really 5 trillion or 7 trillion. Mr. Sethi has talked about it, 2030. Let me tell guys, this elephant has started moving now. Based on patterns, based on bad experience. Resilience, the word has come, so we are the Indian the first. गिर के उठेंगे, उठ के फिर गिरेंगे, फिर उठेंगे, and Gujarat is the best location. इस मट्टी में ही एक वाइब्रेशन है आगे चलने का, ग्रोथ करने का. So this is the forum, it's the right forum where we can talk about it. When this GatiShakti program is announced, I think 2021, sir? 2021. I was in Mumbai, there was some logistic award function ka jury selection mein tha. And one of the, I heard lots of claps here after Mr. Vasant's talk. That means there is a pain area and you are connected with that. To waha ek forwarder, that forwarder says to me, PM talks about reducing 14% logistic cost to the 8%. हम फॉरवर्डर ट्रांसपोर्ट तो पैसा वैसे भी नहीं कमा रहे, अभी और प्रेशर आ जाएगा, क्लाइंट और निगोशिएट करेगा हमारे साथ. What that forwarder and transporter is talking about, is that wrong? No, it is the truth. What our Honorable Pradhan Minister talks about, we want our expense is 40%. It is also truth, because it's supported by the Boston consultancy and all those things. So where is the gap? Gap lies exactly with the inefficiency. Talks about it. Vehicle not being utilized, no facility for the crew members, drivers, and all the blah blah. And then Mr. Sekhar talks about the mindset. And that's where exactly the GatiShakti Yojana takes the central place. To remove these inefficiencies out of it. Where those inefficiencies are there? One, infrastructure, where Mr. Setia has already talks about figures and all this government plan, how much investment is going to up. Really good things. Based on the old patterns, we are really now moving on the right path. Second, digitalization of logistics. That's why ULIP is already there, and a lot of efforts is being taken. Really, this government is really doing a good to bring all those digitalizations, create an ecosystem where exactly the data will be available to remove all those efficiency. But to enable all these two, there has to be change in the policy, and that's why we are here. And there I have seen the inauguration panel, bureaucrats was also there. They understand much more than us rather. But each step takes time to get into that space. But as I said, elephant has started walking now. Word will see to India will reach that space. Now coming to the Professor Das, what he's asked, what are those good practices? So basically look for the European countries and American country. Total integration of supply chain is there something at to the core. In India, yes. We know that, but we are not still implementing. Transporter works on different portal, they own their systems, agency, phone call on all those. Client works on different systems, they have got their own Tally, SAP, and Matman, and then what kind of SMAT, smart plant systems. Government works on different portal, like customs work on IceGate, and then IDPMS, EDPMS, and all those kind of systems. And that's where each information collected in different pockets. Nobody's talking each other. And how do we talk it? Because the language are different. IceGate talks different language, other portal talks different, even Tally talks different language. There where we need to have API systems. And that's where the GatiShakti Vidyalaya, I can say, GatiShakti Yojana, I can say, or ULIP, that Unified Logistic Information Programming has been already identified. The government has already identified this. So API system is intelligent. Like you go to one of the library, you want to read one book, okay? So library is there, so all kinds of books are there, okay? And you know what kind of book you want to read it. You want to read Shiv Khera's You Can Win, or you want to read I Can Sell book. You know the author Shiv Khera, you know this library. But can you identify where the Shiv Khera's books are? No, it's difficult to you. You will go to the library and say, I want to read this Shiv Khera's book. He will immediately go rack number 12 and book number 13, he will pick up and give to. So that's the API I am talking about. So there is a different systems where we need an API, another programming who can fetch this data from the different systems and give you the meaningful data to enable you for uses. And that's why Mr. Sethi has talked a lot about his inaugural speech as well as now, how we can create the supply chain visibility. And that's what the European and American are very good at. They're talking about digital twin. We talk about MMLP. MMLP, let's say government has created a private partnership, is also another example where Netherlands and then Singapore is the country where the excellent case studies, world-class infrastructure is created by private partnership. That's another things I have seen in other. India is doing it, yes, we're doing it. Are we doing it at that scale? No, we are not doing it at that scale. There is still a lot of bottlenecks which they will remove it. So private partnership, creating supply chain visibility, I have seen. Hub and spoke arrangement. Mr. Vasan spoke about that my vehicle comes, stays outside, and and then 3 days is lost. That's where the hub and spoke arrangement. Go to Italy, Go to China. Hub and spoke arrangement is being used very intensively. Out of this room, each and everyone knows what is hub and spoke arrangement. One is knowing and other one is doing. So we know the lot of things, but we are not implementing. So that's where this GatiShakti will come as a pivotal role to put up the map, implementation plan, create the infrastructure, educating the people, understanding the things. So that can be used in much better way where all these things will, inefficiency will go away. Second, another things I have been in this last more than 26 years in this industry. साहब आदमी लोग मिलता नहीं है. That's a common example or common challenge whatever. And अगर मिलता है तो काम का नहीं होता है. So that's where the robotic system will come into picture. We have to create the robotic systems, automation system for warehousing and all those things. Somebody referred today in the Tesla and all those things. So those is being very aggressively is being used in China and European country. So we have to create the ecosystems to implement this robotic system. Once the robots are there, who will operate those robots? So we have need upscaling of our manpower, who understand, adopt the technology, love to this technology, likes to implement. So we need the upscaling of the technology where the GatiShakti again will play the pivotal role in this. Mr. Setia talks about we have got 22 million workforces presently in the logistics sector. And next 5 years, we want to add 7 million, which is a big number. But from where these 7 million people will come out of? Are they qualified? So upskilling is another challenge we have to talk about. Where the European, where we talk anything logistic, you call up the other person, you will get the male voice. In European sector, American, you call from this side, they will get the very nice female voice. Why that? That's where the actual female induction into the logistics sector is most important. We are not utilizing our half of the resource to the constructive way. There is the push which is required, how we can create the diversity into the logistics, male-dominating logistics sector. So that's another upscaling it will come. Thank you, Professor Das.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, you've actually connected the conversation very well because there was the point which has been raised by Dr. Mr. Hiten Vasant. You've talked about technology, but I just want to interrupt this discussion flow a bit. That yes, in the forefront we are talking about roads. We are at the forefront we are talking about drivers and their shortage. But that should not, actually navigate us away from the larger perspective. The larger perspective, of course, is that the multimodal logistics park, and for which the panel is set out, is actually trying to solve a lot of these problems. Exactly. Because a hub and spoke model, essentially between hub to hub, there is a long haul. So you need a different technology or a different breed of skill sets from hub to hub movement. And hub to spoke is something which India organically has, and we should be able to handle it because that's 12 hours, 18 hours, right? When you say hub to hub, then you're using all the three modes. So when you're using hub to hub in all the modes, then the capacity and tonnage increases because you can use air, you can use sea, you can use all the sets across, you can use containers and whatever space. So yes, the technology speed. I am trying to see when is the UPI moment going to happen because the ULIP in days to come, and I've worked intricately with ULIP as a part of the being, in the Indian Air Force, and I've seen it growing. So currently the problem is it is internally only giving you near real-time data as actuals when you're asking certain things from different departments, say a TAN, PAN or a ICE gate data, and you're okay and going away. But nobody is doing deep dive of the big data that is coming out, which is the logistics data bank is supposed to curate and push it in. And that's something that we may actually think in terms to get it. And all those, because my next question is to the audience here and would like the industry to participate here. Because ULIP has now given you an access to actually plug in through an API, right? You have your own ERP, your own systems, or you want to go to the cloud. India can afford to go to a cloud today. But our Ola moment in trucking has not yet come. But then I think we need to think of that to integrate. And the very fact that a lot of you had applauded when we talked about the driver shortage, may I throw open it to maybe a question or two to the audience? What are your thoughts about the growth in the logistics sector? Do you think the government is doing enough or do you think the private sector itself is coming up on those, or are we as skeptics in that sense? It will be great if I can get some questions, one or two. Yes, please kindly identify yourself, and in case somebody can get the mic to him.
Tell your name and from where.
Very good afternoon. My name is Suhas. I think the government has done very satisfactorily more about the logistics partners. What I feel about Vasant sir's answer about that 75 to 80% of the logistics has now become easy through use of IceGate and other websites right now. So I think our government has done the best thing by using these websites to check out the transportation ideas right now. That's why.
Yes, I think sir is a question. In the front, please.
Thank you. My name is Sameer Shah. I'm a logistician. I have an observation and I fully agree with what Mr. Shashi Shekhar said. We need to recognize that we are the only industry in the world which has to 100% deliver. A doctor can say, I did everything, now pray to God. A lawyer can say, I did everything, let's see what the judge says. A chartered accountant can say, I've done a good filing, let us see what the tax authorities say. I can't say that. I have to deliver. The only place where I am given some freedom is, theek hai, kal leke aana. And that also comes with a few bad words. I think what is missing in the whole thing is respect. And unless respect comes, money will not come. Unless money comes, we won't be able to pay our staff more. It's a whole cycle. So it's good to talk that we have this problem, we have that problem, this is it. But the basic thing is that all of us need money to do it. And how is industry looking at us? Every year I'm expecting a 2% cost in the logistics cost. Then only I will continue your contract for the next year. Are we actually talking variable cost? Are we as logisticians talking to each other that no, I don't want to undercut my fellow logistician. I want to help him grow, increase his prices, because if he increases his prices, my prices will increase. I think we should leave it to everyone in this room to start thinking that are we here to kill each other or are we here to cooperate and compete as co-opetitors with each other? I think respect is lacking the most to us in this industry.
Thank you, sir. Appreciated. I think this panel is, you have a question. I think we will take one last question here in this session.
I am P.N. Rao, working as a Vice President Commercial in GHC Limited, Gujarat Heavy Chemicals. I'll give my, I take 2-3 minutes more. My friend is there at the Ethan Bhai. We are actually producer of soda ash. And we handle around 7 million tons of raw material and finished product put together. This is a very huge volume. And I am working in this company for the last 39 years. I have seen the long journey of transformation and the reformation of this logistics and supply chain. I think first of all, I request all of you, the audience, to kindly avoid this using the mobile and talking to this. There is a lot of disturbance coming backside. The biggest thing is the supply chain. See, goods provider and goods receiver. This entire system, that the two things are important. The one is the supply, another the chain. That here the smart is missing. So in India, we are talking the smart supply chain, but entire what my friend has said, the many areas that the smart is missing, but we are leading toward the smartness now. Like Mr. Setia is doing the good job, logistics and supply, this logistics parks. See, now we are coming toward the smartness, because I am seeing in this industry for the last 40 years actually. See, now the biggest problem in the country is, if you see the developed country, our logistics cost is 30% more. I think my friend will disagree with that. So the problem is, if you want to take any commodity from Kandla to Shanghai, the cost is cheaper than from Kandla to Ahmedabad. See, this is the biggest challenge for the country. See, everybody responsible to work for these solutions. So today he was talking about sending the material from here to Guwahati. So why the truck should go to Guwahati? The biggest question for the industry, for the people who are working the business, why the truck should go to Guwahati by road? For my opinion, it should not go to the road. Because when you want to travel 15 days or 13 days in a month, the driver, I think you should go by rail only. You should have different model actually. So that's what I think Setia is doing. See, earlier we used to supply the material, our soda ash, from Somnath to Agra by road. But today I am not sending by road by all the material. I am sending almost 70-80% material through the rail. The material comes to this Halvad. From Halvad it is going by rail. See, I am avoiding all this one. The second important is that this driver's facilities. This is very unfortunate in the country. I think I fully agree with you. The drivers are considered to be one of the lowest category in the society. I think that has to be changed. Even I am having my mindset also. We treat the drivers very differently. See, that has to be changed. So what I did in industry, by my experience, I share with all of you, out of my requirement, 95% is in just in time. So that I can reduce the waiting time at both the sides, loading side and unloading side. In my factory, anybody come and see it, my efficiency is 95%. Then no driver need to wait some more time. And we are having the facilities for drivers, the washing facilities and TVs there. See, we are providing it. Industry is also equally responsible for that. What Mr. Hitanbhai rightly said, industry is also responsible because we don't have the parking facilities, we don't have the food courts. See, the people who go by four-wheeler, the good cars, he is having the luxury facilities in the highways. He is having the food courts, he has the washrooms, but where are the drivers, the commodity which is moving across the country, they doesn't have that facilities. That's very unfortunate actually. See, every stakeholder is responsible for this fate, and everybody has to work together to change this one as early as possible. See, whatever has gone is gone. We can't come back that previous days. But every stakeholder has to work together to move forward and change the system. Then only it is you can change this one. See, by one more, I think I suggest to Setia, by having the conference of I think 50 people, I think we are not going to have the solutions. See, my request is when you are already in the logistics committee, heading at a very highest level, at all India level, you should have that frequent meetings with the stakeholders at state level and implement it actually. We should have the one roadmap. See, without roadmap, you can't do anything. Just have a conference, just we'll have a cup of tea and food and we'll discuss by evening and we'll forget together. Even my friend, I met him I think 3 months back actually. See, we are not meeting, though we are in the logistics committee for working for different areas. See, my request is I think you have a major role to play. Unless we play this one, we can't change it. But we are, at least we are coming towards the direction. What you have said, GatiShakti, it really changed the sea change actually. Now it has to go on the more faster rate and every stakeholder has to. I think this is my appeal to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we are a bit short of time for this panel, so let me just use one last part, maybe a quick thing before I request you to close this session. Maybe a one-liner from each of you. I'll start with you. Can you pass them the mic about one critical point which we need to take care to make this whole multimodal logistic park a success?
Yeah, so we have to get known to what are those facilities, what the value we can bring by using the multimodal logistic park. I can see the lot of value. It will come on the ground. Upskilling our manpower to enable the future technology. That's more important, that's more area. Of course, the ecosystems we need to create, which government is creating, and we have to have a private partnership. One thing is that the respect, logistics, we are moving a country, and we are moving a country from developing to develop. So how proud in your service, respect will automatically follow. Thank you.
I will point first.
Yeah, give a
very short, right? The respect part. He also pointed out, if we start getting logistics community respected, number one, that includes the truck drivers, that includes those bikers who are doing delivery of parcels, each of us in the logistics. Also, logistics industry has to communicate and respect its customer as well. It's a vice versa. You will see, if this starts happening, you will see the great benefits coming to logistics industry. Now I change to education part. Do we have a qualification called logistics engineering? I will answer best. In GatiShakti Yojana, now we need a lot of designers of logistics. It's a huge. And if we intend to be top 3 economy of the world, logistics has to be basically sorted out to the best in the world. When you said truck driver problem, I was thinking United States of America and the European truck driver problem. They have a lot. I didn't expect truck driver problem in India, but yes, it exists. The respect will solve it. Also, there is a very major point. We are talking about multi-modal logistics of parks. But can we list down all the value addition we want to do in that park? From the practical world, from the audience, from the people who have expertise, and map it out to the best practice. Believe me, developed nations have the best practices. We bring those and we improve on that. And I'm a GatiShakti Yojana, I'm very fan of, and would also, Dr. Das would wish to contribute through educational sector, through whatever university you guys created. And education does not mean only the engineers and MBAs kind. Education means truck driver. Education means those biker drivers. Education means those guys working in the warehouse kind. So the mass employment will significantly go up.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, sir, a quick one.
As for a one-liner, so I would say that we would request Mr. Sethia to be quick enough to put up a multimodal logistics park and let us all get together to see that that is successful, and let us bear the fruits of the MLP that comes out quicker.
Thank you. I will, before I hand over, I'll just put my own point about it. Yes, we talked about respect. I come from academia, and as GatiShakti Vishwavidyalaya, we are looking at the skilling aspects. As I told you, I also come from the Indian Air Force, and I think there's a lot to learn from the military hierarchy there. There at the level where we have the engineers who are handling the logistics part. We also have drivers who were called mechanical transport drivers in the defense forces, who are equally paid, equally respected vis-a-vis a guy who's looking after the aircraft in terms of its servicing. I think here inside India only we have that respect, and they get all perks and facilities exactly like the one which is there in the other trades and branches. So I think that is there. And as far as this whole sector is concerned, It is no longer the Gudam and the Sadak Chap. It has got a lot to do with the science and the technology that is chipping in here. And I think we are here into this Junoon to get into the aspect of skilling the whole sector and be a focal point. I now hand over to Kanishka Sethia as the session chair to close the session, please.
Thank you, Professor Das, Gopinath Fargadeji, Hiten Vasanji, and Shashi Shekharji. All of you have given wonderful inputs, and I'm very happy to see that not only did we talk about the panel, which is the multimodal logistics parks, we actually talked about, pan-India or pan-umbrella problems in the logistics side. I feel that multimodal logistics parks, the way it's been designed out, mapped out pan-India to connect with the economic corridors and the new economic hubs, and on top of that piggyback onto the dedicated freight corridors, I think it's creating the basic skeletal and infrastructure for the supply chain to actually become far more efficient, for the pie to actually become larger. The idea is the more the economic growth that happens, logistics obviously grows with it because it's a derived industry. And so the more the supply chain skeletal that we can put in place, the better we'll be placed to actually not only get higher margin and bigger volumes as logistics service providers, but the manufacturers will also get at the same time a lower cost of logistics. So the idea is to create a win-win-win. And with that, I close this session. Thank you to everyone for listening.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Professor Das, for moderating the session. This brings us to a close of the first panel discussion. And now I would like to request Mr. Sethia to felicitate the guests in the dais, please. So I would want to call up Mr. Shashi Shekhar, please. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hiten Vasan to step forward, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Gopinath, please. Thanks a lot, sir. And Professor Das, of course. We can quickly have a group picture. And in between, we will just take 2 minutes of your time to set the stage for the next session of ours. Thank you, sir. Mr. Girish Thomas, Chief General Manager, Traffic, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Nava Seva, Mumbai. And Mr. Sameer Shah, Director, JBS Group, Ahmedabad. And I would now hand over to Mr. Shah, the moderator of the session, to take the proceedings further.
So good afternoon, everyone, and we'll be taking about half an hour of yours. So let me just get into the session. Before I get into the session, I have to answer a question which a lot of people have asked me since morning, that why have you worn a jacket like this? for a formal shipping function. This is only celebrating the Indian artisans. I try my best whenever I travel abroad, speak at a lot of international sessions. I wear a churidar kurta, and in India, wherever possible, I like to celebrate the Indian artisans, because that is India and that is what we should all look at, you know. So the session for us is future ports. Now, what is the future? I think the future is something which none of us know what is going to happen. But we do know that we are capable of thinking, we are capable of projecting, we are capable of anticipating that yes, this could be the possible future. And that is what every panelist has done since morning when they said these are our expectations from the regulators, these are our expectations from the industry. Everyone is somewhere speculating what is going to happen. So when we talk about the future, it's very important that we talk about the future without any restrictions in our mind. We talk without borders, we talk without boundaries, because the more wild the imagination can go, better would be the final product. You know, we should not be tying ourselves down or binding ourselves to anything which is already existing, because that might limit us from doing something very different. I'd like to once again compliment Pathik Bhai and ICC for doing something like this. I've always believed that the logistician lacks the respect and acceptance that is needed. And when an organization of the stature of the Indian Chamber of Commerce organizes an event on logistics, I think we are moving in the right direction. We must recognize that without us, nothing moves. Good logistics makes a good society, bad logistics makes a bad society. But we are ourselves very low in our self-esteem. And I think somewhere it would be my sincere request to everyone in this room, don't underestimate yourself, don't undersell yourself, don't over-compete with each other. There is enough water in the ocean for all of us to drink. And if India truly wants to become a superpower, there is a lot of scope for all of us. And for India to become a superpower, EXIM, export and import, is going to be very essential. What does India do today very briefly? India does 54,000 bills of entries and shipping bills every day. These are done from approximately 36 Indian cities. And then you have Gujarat, where all of us are fortunate to be, which pushes out or pushes in nearly 60-65% of this cargo. For India to become an economic superpower, we will have to reach at least 160,000 transactions on a daily basis. And these 32 to 35 cities will have to go to 55 to 60 cities. So for us, the opportunities are immense, but to be able to service us would be the burden of my two colleagues sitting on either side of me. And I'd like to hear from them as to how they are looking at the future of the ports in India. We also have one limitation in India, which I'm glad to hear Mr. Das Gupta in the morning, that we find it difficult to think beyond our lifetime. We find it difficult to think beyond the lifetime of our children. But when you are talking a port, you have to be able to talk 100 years. You have to be able to talk at least 100 years, then only a true development will happen. So with these few words, I'd invite Mr. Das Gupta to first give us a few thoughts of his own on what is the future ports. Sir, I've not used the word India. I've used the word future ports.
Yeah, thank you, Samir Bhai. First of all, on behalf of the people here, may I compliment you. I think next time more and more people will turn up in such attires. It is absolutely befitting for an occasion in India because it celebrates Indian culture. And I am somewhere close to you without the work on it. And so we are in the same boat, as they say. Since you haven't had enough of me in the first session and you have again, decided to tolerate me, here it goes. Future for anything is an anticipation. Where do we want to be, say, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, even one day from now? So future that way has to first be framed in the correct context, especially when we talk about ports. Ports are essentially points of entry and exit for goods, commodities, people, and in the future maybe intellectual properties also. And they are the hub where a lot of services, as Samir Bhai contextualized, also happens. So when we talk about ports, as I see it, and I would like to restrict myself to Indian ports because otherwise, again, it'll take a day to even frame the context and then further delve into it. For the Indian ports, the goal is like, again, as we do, immediate term, mid-term, and long-term. So the long-term goals have been laid out in all our vision documents. I've asked you in the morning also, please do visit those documents, read them. There is the Maritime India vision, there is the Maritime Amrit Kal vision, we have the Harit Sagar, Harit Nauk, and lots of very far-reaching changes that we want to bring in about our ports. Essentially how? Again, going back to the primary expectations from a port, fastest turnaround time, cheapest cost, and most efficient in what we say decluttered, demystified compliance costs. So how do we achieve that in the immediate term? In the immediate term, and I'm talking from the point of the major ports, as we heard a speaker say in the morning, that of course there are newer ports, the private enterprises which have come about. They are leaner, meaner, newer machines, and naturally for government ports which are much older, both in terms of their infrastructure and sometimes in terms of our mindset also. Let us accept, as I said, that it is always a dialogue, and maybe in the government, under our Honorable Prime Minister, we have seen a mindset shift where we are trying to compete, we are trying to go to a landlord model where we have onboarded private players to run our terminals. So in the immediate term, the benefit that we see is onboarding of more and more private players who run our terminals, more and more ports go into more and more PPP-based investments, more private players running the terminals, and a private-public partnership benefit, giving the maximum benefits to the ports, which as they exist today. A small fact, the total tonnage that we achieve in India is close to 1,600 odd million metric tons, out of which the major ports, which are 12 major ports, they do about 800 plus million metric tons last fiscal. And the non-major ports, that is under the state maritime boards, they do around the rest, 793 odd. There's one port, if I take in China, Ningbo Zhoushan, that whole complex, it alone does 1,220 million metric tons. So we are talking about scales where if we see what is the future of port in India, it is endless. I am the market, I am the place where all consumption will happen, where a bulk of the manufacturing, both in terms of products that are right now being made elsewhere will be manufactured, and also futuristic products, like I will be the eventual hub to sell renewables to the world, eventually maybe to be the sourcing of most of the material that the world needs for sustainable consumption. So that is my delta. That is the gap that I have opportunity to bridge, to fill. How do we do that? Again, by modernizing my port infrastructure, by increasing the connectivity. Another point of thought for the August audience, we have the dedicated freight corridors laid out very nicely, and it's an ambitious project. Maybe we'll now have to see how many of them have terminal points or terminate at ports. Ports are the places where the freight is going to come, either come in or go out. And the freight corridors are dedicated to carry freight. We have to probably think how many of them. And as of now, we have a lot of opportunity there as well. Because if we don't have a termination of the dedicated freight corridor points or intersections there, then we are again creating a last mile bottleneck, which will add to the logistics cost and may create a lot of gap, which makes a particular trade unviable, a particular transaction unviable. So port modernization, port connectivity, automation, that is something that we are looking at. So we start with mechanization of ports, then we automate it, then eventually bring in an ML over that, so that eventually we get an artificial intelligent system operating on that port with digital twins, with greater clarity to our clients, faster movements of vehicles, vessels and other things, maybe automated or non-automated. So there's a lot that we can do in automation. The fourth pillar that is very important is to make the port structure sustainable, the port structure green. So that is something that we will be held accountable for in the future, as India is going to be a world leader. And with a coastline of about 11,000 kilometers and internal navigable length of close to 14,000 kilometers, I think we have a lot to think about in greening ourselves also. So in all, these four initiatives have to complement each other, some in the immediate term, some in the middle term, and some eventually in the long term, for me to be able to conceive what a future port of India looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before I go to Mr. Thomas, I think Mr. Dasgupta gave a good idea to a lot of people from the ICC, not from the port perspective, but from the perspective of infrastructure logistic facilities which can be developed inland. That is, he used the word landlord, he used the word scale, and he used the word connectivity. Now, when you look at a map of India, you find that our EXIM logistics, which is what all of us are talking about today, and that's where the three panelists come from, is very much towards the western side of India. But if you look at the eastern side of India, it gives you equal opportunities. And that is how I'd like to start my question to Mr. Thomas. Sir, I've had the good opportunity of being the first person to take a container inside the JNPT port way back in '89. And I have seen the growth of the JNPT, and now we've got Vadvan coming up next door. Can you throw some light on how you all are looking at the future? Why Vadvan, and why not something on the east coast of India?
Thank you, sir. May I take this opportunity to first give our regards from JNPA for such a good program being conducted by ICC. I bring the wishes of my chairman and our team to all of you here. So before I answer sir's question, JNPA, I hope many of you are aware of it, and many of you might have done some business with JNPA, so I don't have to talk about much about JNPA, but I will just talk about what is the current scenario, what we are having, and then why we are going for a new port, or rather what will be the future of the ports in India. Many of the things which I wanted to say has already been told by my superior, sir, Dasgupta sir, so I will still elaborate little on that thing only. See, for a port, in my opinion, to be efficient and most modern, it requires four primary things. Or rather, if you look at the country as such, sir is just explaining about the capacity of our ports. You know, entire India put together, we are handling something like 21.5 million TEUs, the whole of India, including major port, non-major port, all put together, we are handling close to 22 million TEUs. Our capacity is close to 25 million TEUs. Whereas, as sir said, China altogether, they are handling 260 million TEUs in a year. It's almost more than 10 times what we handle. Whereas, if you compare the population or any other resource, we are almost equal to China, but we are not nowhere near it. And in fact, if you look at the number of ports as well as the size of the ports, they have the largest ports in the world. The top 10 container ports in the world, 7 of them is in China. If you take top 25 ports in the world, almost 14 of them is in China. We in India, the biggest port in India is 25th rank among the entire world. That is Mundra. 26th is JNPA. I'm talking about from the volume. Mundra handles something close to 8 million. We handle 7.5 million. Now, What are the things that helps us? One is the capacity, the requirement of facility that the industry has to use. Second is the technology or the efficiency, which how we do it. For example, we in JNPA, as sir was saying, we are maybe the only port which has become 100% landlord. In JNPA currently, port does not handle any cargo. Entire cargo is handled by private people. We have 5 terminals. All the 5 terminals are operated by 5 different international players: DP World, PSA, Maersk, CMS, CGM. All of them are international pioneers as far as container operations is concerned. Our liquid cargo is handled by JSW and BPCL. Our general cargo is handled by JM Bakshi. We, as such, port is only handling vessels, meaning marine activity, and general administration and coordination of all these terminals. This is the future of all the ports in India. All the ports are slowly progressing to such a level. When I joined port in 1991, scenario was different. It looks like that port is a place where common people are not supposed to come. It's only the elite people sit there, and general perception of the port was like that. But now things have changed. No more such thing. It is common man's place. You have to get engaged. You demand, you get it. And no more red tapeism. There is no bureaucratic things in the port, and it cannot survive like that. So therefore, JNPA currently have a capacity of 10.4 million TEUs. We are handling 7.5, but our total capacity is 10.4 million. But as everybody is explaining, our cargo is increasing at least 10 to 12% every year. It is increasing day by day. So we need to have capacity. We need to have more ports, that too efficient ports. When you say efficient ports, I just want to explain, or rather I would like to put in a perspective. Just a port is not sufficient. You having a deep draft berth, a yard is not sufficient. You need to have equally important connectivity to the hinterland. Because you see most of the ports like Chennai or Kolkata or Mumbai, all of them are inside the city and very difficult to reach the port. Evacuation and entering into the port is nightmare. Whereas you need ports where dedicated roads, dedicated rail lines, that connectivity, hinterland connectivity is equally important as your water connectivity. That is one. Second thing, you need to have all auxiliary services, like if it has to be a mega port, you need to have facilities or like schools, institutions, hospitals. It needs to empower the manpower around it also, because skilling is also important. Otherwise, it will get compartmentalized into small segments. So that's very important. You require, and then of course you require mass transport system also, because otherwise it becomes a remote area, then you are not able to access it and only the cargo moves. But it has to be a place of happening. Then only this thing will happen. This Chinese models are all because of that, and enlargement in all sectors. That is required. So keeping all this in mind, this 7.5 million, we are 100% sure that we will touch 10 million 3 or 4 years down the line. Maximum 2025, 28, 29, JNPA will touch 10 million. So we are exhausting our capacity. So therefore, government has entrusted JNPA to start a new port in Wadhwan. I hope all of you are aware of where it is. It is 180 kilometers south of Surat, 150 kilometers north of Mumbai. It's a border of Gujarat, Maharashtra. It's in the district of Palghar, in the Hanu Taluka. That is going to be one of the biggest ports in this part of the world. If once it is completed in 2034, the first phase will complete in 2029. That it is actually 9 container terminals. One terminal is 1 kilometer length. So therefore, 9 kilometers will be the entire length of the quay of that port. It will have a capacity of 25 million TEUs, meaning one port alone is going to increase the capacity of India to double. Currently it is 25, it will become 50 million by 2035. That is not enough, in fact, my opinion. That's one step. Government is actually looking for similar thing. In fact, sir is also going to develop a new terminal in Tunatukra. In Kerala, you might have heard Vijayam Adani has done a good job there. That is also picking up. Government is also looking at services, something in the East Coast. That's why we are currently in the inception, or rather the discussion of Galathea Bay. Many of you might have heard, it is in the Great Nicobar Island. They are going to develop a new port in a place called Galathea Bay. But having said that, just to answer Shah sir's question, out of this 25 million TEUs which is handled in India, 75% of the cargo is handled by Mundra, Gujarat and Maharashtra. Balance 25% is only distributed and balance entire east coast and south of India. Meaning there is a skewed generation of containerized, I'm talking about containerized cargo. So therefore, you need to understand, or rather, the requirement of ports at both sides are very much required, but it has to also to cater the requirement of the trade. So future is that we need to have more ports, not only simply ports, but ports with all auxiliary parameters like connectivity, skilling, technology, efficiency, and as sir rightly said, least cost. Cost is also most primary thing. So unless you can't control the cost, all hidden as well as open cost, there are. But now those days are over. Maybe I don't know, old people, old generation people can understand that people thought that port officers and customs officers, they are coming for this job for something else. But now that is no more. That has been changed. There is, you will find only less, I'm not saying 100% clean, but at least it has been reduced to very minimal. 90% of the people have become clean and neat. So therefore, doing business with ports nowadays is much more easy than what I was there in 30 years back. So therefore, in the future, you will see that things happen much, much brighter in India. You will have more ports and efficient ports and affordable ports. I would say the word afford, because cost is more important. I would stop here and maybe we can discuss it later once. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very outspoken about the whole thing. Mr. Das Gupta, the ports are going to be run by people. And what are we seeing? That the youth of today and tomorrow is going to be more concerned with a lifestyle. He's going to be more concerned with what he can do in the evenings rather than what he can do during the daytimes. How do you look at the ports which are necessarily going to be coming up only along the coast and way away from the existing urban centers? How do you think you are going to bridge this gap? You know, today to get somebody to work in Pipavav, I think you have to pay him 1.5 times the salary. To get somebody to work in Hazira might be still simpler because he's in Surat, but to get somebody to work in Mumbai is very easy because everything is available to him.
That actually is a very nice question, but on a lighter note, who said work is not fun? So a lot of people enjoy in the far-flung ports as well. For all you know, my previous port had a 18-hole golf course and afforded us something which in Ahmedabad I really had to travel to play. But yeah, on a more serious note, this is basically a question of upskilling, of how do we skill the manforce for the necessary upgradation that is required in terms of how the future ports would require. I mean, right now, if we know how ports work or worked in the past, it was more of manual handling. We would have steep doors, we would have mechanized cranes, we would have people working in the ports, and a certain kind of manforce or a certain kind of skill set to that manpower was the prerequisite, which was easily available in the hinterlands, easily available in so-called remote sectors where the ports would automatically be. In the future, when the ports shape up and more skilled manforce is required, where more and more skilled manpower is required, there are certain challenges that we foresee, we anticipate. But what I also feel is as we grow, if you see the ports are also port-led industrialization hubs. So most of these ports would also have urban areas or urban conglomerates which would be the feeder to those ports. And if we actually conceptualize the idea of a multimodal logistics park, then the most common or the most easy idea is to conceptualize it in terms of proximity to a port. So if you see and combine all these factors, and with an active participation at least from the major ports, because as I mentioned in the morning, one of the major parts of our policy under Sagarmala is also the coastal community development. And under our CSR initiatives also, we undertake a lot of skill upgradation practices. We try to get the mariners or the seafarers getting onboarded in India. As we may all know, Europe faces a huge shortage of truckers, but so is the case with India also. We are also facing, as we go ahead, a huge shortage in terms of truckers. Now, how would be the truckers of the future? What would be the skill sets that they would require? And fortunately, in a country like India, we don't have internal barriers. So the demand and supply is very seamless in terms of whenever there is a manpower requirement, there is some part of India which is able to fulfill it, and fulfill it sometimes to an extent that that place, that demography itself looks like some other part of India. So I believe that with all the initiatives that we have in the government port sector, as well as the initiatives that the private ports would also undertake in terms of upskilling their the manpower that they have, in terms of looking at what is the gaps that need to be filled. Maybe there are more and more mechanized solutions, and therefore a certain kind of dependence will go low. But I do believe that with ports becoming more and more relevant, with ports becoming more integrated with the industries, the ports becoming logistics hubs, finding skilled manpower wouldn't be a problem. Skilling them is a different question altogether, and for that the policy decisions have to be taken both at the state and the central level, where more focused policies maybe in the future would be required to fill the gap of the seafarers that we need to have, the mechanized skilled ports people we need to have, and also at the top management level who have to don the various verticals, maybe the HR, the finance, the overall management of the ports. But I feel that with the demographic dividend that India has, the young population that India has, I see that being a benefit for us, where again, we will be surplus, and if we do our policies correct, we will not only man our ports sufficiently, but we will be also net surplus manpower providers for the foreign ports to run them as well.
Sir, skilling will open a Pandora's box if we start talking about it. But I do believe in the last sentence that Sir said. And it may not sound very nice, but I think in the next 4 or 5 years, India is going to become the biggest exporter of manpower ever. Because we are so many youth in India, I don't know from where we are going to get the jobs or the enterprises for all of them. So it's going to be a natural thing that India becomes an exporter of manpower, and I think that might help grow India's economy in a much different manner with a lot of different things that can happen. My last question to you, Mr. Thomas, is how does a port see its downfall? Because we've seen Surat, we've seen Bhavnagar, we've seen so many ports in India which have died a natural death. Now, how will the future ports hold on against their own demise?
It's a very, very pertinent question, sir, and in fact, all of us should think about why this happens. Sir, in my personal opinion, I would say, sir, everything has to have everything is a cosmic sine wave, but those people who are able to understand the situation and make relevant changes only will be able to survive. For example, the old ports like Muzaris or Lothal, or for that matter, all of them, they were all thriving at one time of point, was the best economic center for that time at that point. But later when things change, because for example, I'll tell you, when I joined the port, that time a ship coming to the port with some, let's say 10,000 or 20,000 tons of cargo, they stay at the port for 1 week, 10 days, 12 days. But now, no, more than a day the vessel can stay. That means you are inefficient, because ports have to do it so fast, they have to deliver it in such a fast pace that the demand is that things has to be done yesterday, not tomorrow. So that changes which port have accommodated, those ports could survive and improve. JNP is one good example for that, because we are just 36-year-old. Unlike ports like Paradip or Kandla or any other Indian ports which are more than 70, 75-year-old, they were all carrying the baggage of old system of having manpower-centric activities. You have a lot of people working in the port. In fact, in Mumbai port, I understand the pensioners themselves is around 30,000 pensioners they have to pay. So those are the legacies. If you carry that legacies, then you are sure to peril. But new ports, which sir is saying, they will have this lesson in their mind, and that's why I am saying no more ports will happen in government sector. All the ports which is going to come, that will be in the private sector, where the accountability as well as the delivery is much, much better, and it is accountable. Vadhavan port which we are making, it is investment of 77,000 crore rupees. Total investment is 77. Out of that 77, 40,000 crore is from the public sector, meaning basic infrastructure like reclamation of the land. It is 5 kilometers inside the sea. The port is going to come not on the shore. It will be 5 kilometers inside the sea. There will be connectivity to the port, and 1,500 hectares of land will be reclaimed inside the sea. So reclamation, all such infrastructure is government expenses, whereas entire operation, terminals, berth, all those things will be private. So all future thing will be private, and unless and until you change as per the requirement of the time, you will not survive. That's what happened to the old ports, and the new ports will have to keep changing. That's why JNPA, I told you now, we have already touched 7.7 million, and we will touch 10 million. After that, we will also start stuck because of our capacity. So that's why we say that Vadhavan is required. So we need to keep change, upgrade, and make things understand to the requirement of the time. Then naturally we can serve. Otherwise, you are sure to peril.
Thank you so much. Our time is actually over, but I would be doing injustice to all of you. Two fantastic panelists with me. I can take two questions. If anybody has, we have right over there, and the second we'll take Amit Bhai. Yeah, can you give the mic to the gentleman there in the blue shirt with the spectacles? What is interesting is that when I asked for two questions, the hands which went up were hands of people above 45, 50 years. Whereas I was expecting futuristic, the hands will be of people under 30, you know. Yes, please.
Sir, myself, Atul Sharma. I had an experience in Gujarat Maritime for more than 38 years. For last 20 years, I was heading environment cell of Gujarat Maritime Board and acquired more than 50 clearances from MOEF. And also sometime advocated for Kandla port also for tuna. It was a long pending some time back. So I would like to ask both the port professionals, Mr. Das Saab and also Thomas Saab, that do we not ask question to Minister of Environment Forest that there should be a time limit, some compressed time limit, I think within 3-4 months or something for obtaining environment clearance. And we have a coastal information system already integrated. Then there is a definite land use is there. We have a go and no-go area for that. So for those areas where there is no coral reef, there is no mangrove, certain things, there should be clear-cut indication. But every time there is a public hearing, there is a lot of time, there is a over-regulated things. So that is one question, because after 1.5 year or 2 year time, cost escalation of the implementation goes very high, which we have experienced. That is my question, that whether we should not go for those things, that we should reduce some regulation in the betterment, since Harit Sagar and all implemented negative port emission, we are already going there. So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, but I think the answer lies in your own experience. The time taken when you started for getting any environmental clearance or the experience of one ministry with another was far more. And sequentially, if you see, if you plot it on a chart, it has only gone one side down. It has come down. So much so that now even at MOEF level, there is an active discussion on board, and there is a dialogue process where, for example, how do we operate with the ECs and interpret it in terms of any expansion? Or how do we see that a public hearing or the EIA studies that are involved in it can be more leaner, more efficient. And let me just say that, as you have rightly pointed out, this is what the ministries as well as the trade are involved in, that we have to make the process shorter, more certain, and ensure that it does not have any, or at least the negative impact on the trade is lessened. So I think it is the work that you people have done with your work and your experience that you have done. And now we are further pushing that agenda. And I see that there is no contradiction in that. The timelines are coming down, and there is an active discussion that is happening on further streamlining the interaction between MOEF and the other industrial ministries, for example, the Ministry of Ports or the Ministry of Mines or the Ministry of Heavy Industries. But we have to also appreciate that each ministry has a certain mandate. It has a certain remit. It has a certain work that it has to do. The only way out is to make the processes clearer. It'll come through more digitization, more automation, reducing discretion in the process. And if you have experienced, you have seen that those things have come down. Most of it is now gone into a digitalized format, where both the certainty of the records as well as the validation of it has taken shorter time, and in the coming times that will even lessen. But we have also to realize that the MOEF has its own responsibilities, and therefore it takes its own time in doing the due diligence. Yeah, one thing that before I take any other question, this is a very selfish thing. While Girish was really tom-tomming about his port, we are competitors. So that's in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Deen Dayal port. I'll just take 1 minute with the moderator's permission to just inform the august audience here about the things that Deen Dayal port is also going ahead with in terms of the future. In the next 5 years, we are looking at addition of 128 million tons of capacity. Of course, as Girish rightly pointed out, Tuna Tekra container terminal is going to come with a capacity of 2.19 million metric TEUs, roughly translating to about 30 million metric tons. We are also adding a multi-cargo berth, which will add about 18 million metric tons, which will handle all kind of dry bulk cargo. And on the mobility side also, as I had said in the morning, we are looking at newer and more efficient mobility functions. So all the Gujarati businessmen friends, it is closer, have a visit, and then you are most welcome to JNPT also.
Sir, your competition is really welcome. We look forward to the two of you competing much more aggressively, because that's only how the logisticians and the EXIM community is going to benefit.
Yes, healthy competition.
So your competition is something which we are all looking forward to.
And then we change places also.
Yeah. Amit bhai.
My name is Amit Oza. Thank you very much for a very enlightening discussion, a lot of information. So my point is more on what Samir bhai said, that a lot of Indian youths would be going out and working abroad. And we see that, in the port sector, we have Adani's going out, we have the public sector also going to Iran. When do you see the logistics sector, and we've seen some very skilled and talented logisticians right here and forwarding companies right here. When do you think that Indian forwarding companies would start looking at opportunities abroad? And when do you think an Indian logistics company or forwarding company would be in the top 10? Because we have Chinese logistics company in the top 10 in terms of turnover, in terms of outreach, in terms of volumes handled. When do you see an Indian company based in India actually reaching the top 10 logistics company globally?
You want me to answer, or one of the panelists? Okay, I think you've raised a few points. Let us understand who runs Dubai, who runs Hong Kong, who runs the entire Middle East as far as the freight forwarding and the port sector is concerned, or even the aviation sector is concerned. It is more than 70% Indians. If you go to those countries, you go to Singapore also, Singapore, there's large Indian origin people working over there in the logistics sector. What is also now interesting is that the same thing is being seen in the US and the UK. Same thing is being seen in Africa. Everywhere, I have the opportunity of attending at least 6 or 7 international conferences, and now I'm actually looking out for non-Indians, to be very honest with you, in this sector. If you look at the port sector also, you've had so many illustrious people working and running the ports in the Far East, running the ports in the Middle East, and then coming back to India. We also have a gentleman here who was managing director of an African entity. So I'm not really seeing that. Why should I be in the top 10? I don't see any merit in that. I personally don't even see any merit in comparing India with China. It doesn't make sense. I have my circumstances, I have my volumes, I have my way of doing business. I have to only see how I can better myself. For somebody to just get some money and buy out 10 companies and enter into the top 10 is a very easy model. And that's what China has been doing. That's what Germany has been doing. That's what most of the freight forwarding companies are doing. We are having more than 60 Indian multinational freight forwarding companies who are showing an average growth of 30 to 35% year on year on their own merit. And that is what is very interesting to all of us. And that is what we should be appreciating and looking forward to. So thank you everyone, and I'm sorry, but the organizers are showing me their watches. So, yeah. Sir has been a panelist, I can't say no, please.
Thank you, just a pointer. Why can't both be end-to-end supply chain service provider? No need of
No, sir, I have a very strong observation and a very strong resistance to your statement.
Yeah.
India is an MSME country. We must recognize that. The average logistician in India is a small enterprise. If he or Mr. Thomas are going to be an end-to-end service provider, we are taking away opportunities of employment and enterprise from hundreds of other companies. See, I think we must recognize that India is an MSME country. We are making a mistake by comparing ourselves with China and talking about top 10 freight forwarding companies. We are an MSME country. So if he starts saying, I am going to give you end-to-end services, he's going to trample on all of us in this room. It is better that he remains a landlord. It is better that he creates a nice platform for all of us to go and play on, creates a nice platform for us to compete with each other. So let's take this debate outside this room.
We'll take it out, I have the viewpoints which is completely different. DP World in Dubai decided to be end-to-end supply chain player. They are significantly going towards it. Also, India to be MSME anymore, I don't believe it. In next 10 years, we'll be top 3 economies of the world. So we have to.
I'm not answering you. We take this debate outside and hand it over to the lady. But before I do that, could I request each of you to join me in giving both my panelists a round of applause, please?
Absolutely. Well deserved. And thank you for such a cordial tug of war, or rather I should say tug of embracement, and Mr. Samisha for moderating it so beautifully with full ownership. Thank you, sir. And this brings us to the close of our first half of the eventful day. And I would now request Mr. Das Gupta to kindly felicitate our speakers on the dais. So, yes, Mr. Samisha. Mr. Girish Thomas. And a quick group photograph, please. Thank you. So we will now proceed with the lunch awaiting us. And we should resume with even higher energy levels to be welcoming our industry minister who will be joining as a chief guest. So I know the time is very short, so today maybe we'll have to accommodate with a quick lunch and be back here by 2:30. We are expecting him to be arriving by 2:40 or 2:45 latest. Thank you so much. So we are now set for the second round of the supply chain conclave organized by Indian Chamber of Commerce. The PM GatiShakti initiative offers numerous opportunities for private sector involvement in developing and operating GatiShakti Cargo Terminals. The government over the next few years intends to build 200 GatiShakti Cargo Terminals under the public-private partnership. Today, it is our absolute pleasure to be launching one of the GatiShakti Cargo Terminals, that is the GatiShakti Cargo Terminal at Devaliya Station, District Halwad, near Morbi, Gujarat, by Western Carriers Limited. This milestone marks a significant step in delivering seamless, safe, and cost-effective logistics solutions across India. And for this eventful launch today, we have the gracious presence of Shri Balwant Singh Rajput, Honorable Minister, Industries, Micro, Small and Medium Industries, Cottage, Khadi and Rural Industries, Civil Aviation, Labour and Employment, Government of Gujarat, as our chief guest today. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And for this special launch, I would like to invite up here on the dais Mr. Kanish Sethia, Chairman, ICC National Logistics Committee and CEO, Western Carriers India Limited, the man behind this cargo terminal launch, to kindly join us on the stage. And with him, Mr. Pathik Patwari to also join us on the stage, welcoming the minister. I would request our Honorable Minister, before we proceed, to light the lamp and grace this occasion, please. Thank you. I would request Mr. Patwari to kindly, come up on the dais. Sir, please.
Am I audible? Yeah, great. Okay. I didn't have my lunch, so I wanted to reconfirm. So, આજના આ પ્રોગ્રામમાં સ્માર્ટ સપ્લાય ચેન કોન્ક્લેવ 2025 જે ઇન્ડિયન ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સ એ GCCI અને AMની સાથે રહીને યોજ્યો છે. તો આપ સૌને પાછો સ્વાગત કરું છું. સવારના બંને સેશનમાં સવારના બંને પેનલ ડિસ્કશન્સ અને થેન્ક યુ. ઇટ્સ ઓકે. આવી ઇવેન્ટ્સમાં આવું ના થાય તો મજા ના આવે. સો આઈ કમ્પ્લીટલી ઓકે એન્ડ નો નીડ ટુ પેનિક. યા સો જે આપણે ચર્ચા કરીએ છીએ કે બંને ટોપિક જે પેનલ ડિસ્કશન્સના પહેલાં આપણે કર્યા એમાં ઘણા ટેક અવેસ આપણા સૌ માટે હતા. પોર્ટ બેઝડ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરની વાત કરીએ, ઓવરઓલ લોજિસ્ટિકલ કોમ્પિટિટિવની વાત કરીએ તો એના માટે આજે ગુજરાત ઇઝ વેરી વેલ પોઇઝડ. જ્યારે પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબ આપણા માટે હી હેઝ કમ અપ વિથ વિઝનરી લેન્ડમાર્ક પોલિસીઝ, PM ગતિશક્તિ માસ્ટર પ્લાન, ઇન્ડિયન લોજિસ્ટિક પોલિસી, સાગરમાલા, ભારતમાલા, આ બધું જ્યારે અનાઉન્સ થયું ને ત્યારે એવું લાગતું હતું કે દેવર સમ જાર્ગન્સ ઓર એવર જસ્ટ સમથિંગ ડિફરન્ટ. બટ ટુડે વી કમ ટુ નો કે એ કેટલા બેનિફિશિયલ છે ફોર ધ ઓવરઓલ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ એન્ડ ધ ડેવલપમેન્ટ ઓફ ધ લોજિસ્ટિકલ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ ઇન ધ સ્ટેટ ઓફ ગુજરાત ઓર આઈ વુડ સે પેન ઇન્ડિયા. પહેલાંના સેશન્સમાં આપણે એ પણ જોયું કે વી વર ડિસ્કસિંગ એન્ડ સેઠિયાજી હેડ રાઇટલી પોઇન્ટેડ આઉટ દેટ કે એવરેજ કિલોમીટર જે કન્ટેનર મુવમેન્ટ્સ થતા હતા કે ટ્રક મુવમેન્ટ્સ થતા હતા દેટ હેઝ કમ ટુ 500 કિલોમીટર્સ પર ડે વિચ વોઝ મચ લેસર ઇન પાસ. એનો મતલબ કે કનેક્ટિવિટી ફાસ્ટર થઈ રહી છે, કોસ્ટ ઓફ લોજિસ્ટિક્સ નીચે આવી રહી છે. આજે જીડીપીના જે 12-14% કોસ્ટ લોજિસ્ટિક્સમાં ઇન્ડિયાને પડે છે તેનો આપણો એમ એવો છે કે આપણે 8-9% લઈ જઈએ કે અંડર 10 લઈ જઈએ તો કે ગ્લોબલી આપણી પ્રોડક્ટ્સ આપણા ઉદ્યોગપતિઓ કોમ્પિટિશનમાં સસ્ટેન કરી શકે. એ જ રીતે જે પ્રધાનમંત્રીશ્રીની જે આ વિઝનરી પોલિસી છે એને ગુજરાત સરકાર પણ એ જ રીતે સપોર્ટ કરી રહી છે. બિકોઝ જ્યાં સુધી એ વિઝનને જો તમે ગ્રાઉન્ડ વર્ક પર નહીં લાવો તો એ રિઝલ્ટ ના દેખાય આપણને. તો એ જોવા મળ્યું છે કે ગુજરાત જેની અંદર 3 મેજર આપણા પોર્ટ્સ કહીએ કે મુદ્રા, કંડલા, પીપાવાવ અને એની સાથે પોર્ટ બેઝ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરનું ડેવલપમેન્ટ, DMIC જે મેજર પોર્શન ગુજરાતમાંથી પાસ થાય છે અને પોર્ટ બેઝ ડેવલપમેન્ટ સાથે લોજિસ્ટિકલ પાર્ક, આ બધી ઇકોસિસ્ટમ ગુજરાતમાં એટલી વેલ પોઇઝ છે કે જે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી ગુજરાતમાં આવે છે તેને માટે આયાત કે નિર્યાત બંને ખૂબ સરળ થઈ જાય છે. બીજું કે આ ખાલી ગુજરાત માટે સીમિત નથી. આજે ગુજરાત હેઝ અ નેચરલ એડવાન્ટેજ ઓફ 2100 કિલોમીટર્સ ઓફ કોસ્ટલ બેલ્ટ વિચ ઇઝ ધ લોંગેસ્ટ ઇન ઇન્ડિયા. હવે આ કોસ્ટલ બેલ્ટને જો આપણે સારી રીતે ઉપયોગ કરી શકીએ તો ડેફિનેટલી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીને એક ખૂબ મદદરૂપ થઈ શકે એમ છે. ગ્લોબલ એજ એક ગુજરાતની ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝને મળી શકે એમ છે. અને આજના ટાઈમમાં વેર ટાઈમ, મની એન્ડ એવરીથિંગ ઇઝ અનસેટ, તમારી પ્રોડક્ટમાં યુ કેનોટ કોમ્પ્રોમાઇઝ ઓન યોર ક્વોલિટી, એ જ રીતે યુ કેનોટ કોમ્પ્રોમાઇઝ ઓન યોર ડિલિવરન્સ, ઓન યોર લોજિસ્ટિકલ કોસ્ટ. સો આ બધી વસ્તુ જ્યારે સરકાર આપણને સપોર્ટ કરે તો વી સી ધ રિઝલ્ટ્સ આર મોર પાવરફુલ. અને માનનીય ઉદ્યોગ મંત્રીશ્રી જ્યારે આપણી વચ્ચે છે, અ વોર્મ વેલકમ ટુ યુ સર. સાહેબ જ્યારે પણ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીની વાત હોય અને સપોર્ટ હોય તો ઇઝ આઈ થિંક વન ઓફ ધ મોસ્ટ પ્રોએક્ટિવ મિનિસ્ટર્સ વી હેવ ઇન ગુજરાત. અને મોસ્ટ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટલી સાહેબ પોતે એક ઉદ્યોગપતિ છે એટલે હી અન્ડરસ્ટેન્ડ ધ સ્મોલેસ્ટ પેન ઓફ એન ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી એન્ડ ઇઝ વેરી મચ રેડી ટુ એક્સટેન્ડ વોટ એવર સપોર્ટ ઇઝ નીડેડ ફોર ધ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ. એટલે સાહેબની જ્યારે જે સપોર્ટ અને વિઝન સાથે આપણને મળતું હોય તો વી ડેફિનેટલી હેવ ટુ અચીવ મચ મોર દેન વોટ ગવર્મેન્ટ એક્સપેક્ટ્સ ફ્રોમ અસ. આજના સમયમાં જ્યારે AI, ML, બ્લોકચેન આ બધા દરેક જુદા ઉદ્યોગોમાં વપરાય છે તો લોજિસ્ટિક્સમાં પણ આનો સદુપયોગ કરવો ખૂબ જરૂરી છે. આજના ટાઈમમાં જ્યારે ડિલિવરી ઇઝ બીકમ સો ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ, absorbing different technologies, bringing down the cost is only possible if we have the right kind of technology with us. So with that, વધારે કંઈ ના કહેતા, I think we have Honorable Minister among us today. He has the more vision about Gujarat, about the policies what we have, અને કઈ રીતે ગુજરાત આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે, આખી કન્ટ્રીને આગળ વધારી રહ્યું છે તેના માટેના જે એમના અભિપ્રાય આપણે સૌ સાંભળીએ. વન્સ અગેન થેન્ક યુ ઓલ. સાહેબ થેન્ક યુ, આપના બિઝી સ્કેડ્યુલમાં ઓન અ શોર્ટ નોટિસ આપ આવ્યા. ઇટ્સ અ બિગ એન્કરેજમેન્ટ ફોર ઓલ ઓફ અસ હિયર. દેટ્સ વોટ આઈ સેડ દેટ it is very rare to find a minister of this quality and we are really blessed to have you among us today. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not very well conversant in Gujarati, so I would, sir, request you to please welcome him on the dais for his speech, please. Sir, please.
સ્માર્ટ સપ્લાય ચેનના આજના કાર્યક્રમમાં ઉપસ્થિત શ્રી કનિષ્ઠ શેઠિયાજી, હમણાં જ જેમને આપને વાત કરી એવા પથિક પટવારીજી, સમગ્ર ઉદ્યોગ જગતમાંથી આવેલા લોજિસ્ટિકના મિત્રો, આજે એક વાતનો આનંદ છે. આનંદ એ વાતનો છે કે 21મી સદીમાં સમગ્ર વિશ્વમાં જ્યારે ભારત આગળ વધી રહ્યું હોય અને વિશ્વમાં આપણે આત્મનિર્ભર 2047માં જ્યારે મહાસત્તા બનવાનું લક્ષ્ય આપણે નક્કી કર્યું હોય, ત્યારે આવા એક સરસ કાર્યક્રમમાં કે લોજિસ્ટિકમાં કેવી રીતે ડેવલપમેન્ટ થઈ શકે એ બાબતે ઇન્ડિયન ચેમ્બર્સ કોમર્સ સપ્લાય ચેને અને અમદાવાદ મેનેજમેન્ટ એસોસિએશન તેમજ પટવારીજીની ટીમ એમણે ખરેખર આજે કાર્યક્રમ કર્યો છે, એ અદ્ભુત કર્યો છે. અમને બિરદાવું છું, અભિનંદન આપું છું. આપણે સૌ જાણીએ છીએ કે લોજિસ્ટિક કોસ્ટ એ આપણા માટે બહુ જરૂરી છે. ધીમે ધીમે આજે વધતા જેમ હમણાં પટવારીજીએ કીધું કે આપણી જીડીપીનો જે ખર્ચો છે એ 13થી 14% છે અને સામે પક્ષે આપણે કહી શકાય કે 8થી 9% છે. 5-6% ડિફરન્સ એ બિઝનેસમાં આપણા માટે બહુ મુશ્કેલી સર્જે એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા છે. એની સાથે સાથે તમે જોયું હશે કે જે સમય છે એ આપણા તો અહીં આગળ 4થી 7 દિવસ સુધીનો લાગે અને સામે સરહદ પાર કરવું હોય તો 36-48 કલાક, એટલે આપણા કરતાં સમય પણ આપણને વધારામાં વધારા થાય છે એવી વ્યવસ્થાનો પાઠ છે. આપણે સમજી શકીએ છીએ કે આપણે 65% આપણો જે કાર્ગો છે એ બધો જ આપણે રસ્તાથી મોકલીએ છીએ. સામે પક્ષે આપણે જોઈ શકીએ છીએ કે પોર્ટ, રેલવે, રસ્તા એવી પરિસ્થિતિનું નિર્માણ જ્યારે થઈ રહ્યું હોય ત્યારે આપણે સિંગાપુરની એક પાર્ટ ગણીએ તે કન્ટેનરની 3 મિનિટ થાય, આપણને કદાચ કલ્પના ના આવે કે 30 મિનિટ પણ આપણા તો થાય એવી પરિસ્થિતિનું નિર્માણ છે. ત્યારે આવી પરિસ્થિતિમાં આપણે કહી શકાય કે લોજિસ્ટિક જાપાન, આપણે જર્મની લોજિસ્ટિકમાં અત્યારે પરિસ્થિતિ બહુ સારી ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરીને એને રાખી છે. નંબર 1 પર આપણે ગણવું હોય તો પણ આપણે કરી શકાય. અનેક દેશો એ આધુનિક ટેકનોલોજી જેમ કહેવામાં આવ્યું એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા કરી છે. ત્યારે આ બધી પરિસ્થિતિમાં આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબે જે પ્રમાણે ગુજરાતનું વિકાસ મોડેલ 2003માં વાઇબ્રન્ટથી શરૂઆત કરી અને આજે 20 વર્ષ પછી આખું ભારત એ વિકાસ મોડેલ તરીકે ગુજરાતને ડેવલપમેન્ટ તરીકે આજે જોવે છે. વિશ્વમાં ભારત 11મા સ્થાનેથી આજે 4થા નંબરના સ્થાને પહોંચ્યું છે. હંમેશા ડેવલપમેન્ટ કેવી રીતે કરો છો, કઈ પદ્ધતિથી કરો છો, કેટલા વર્ષનું આયોજન કરીને કરો છો, એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા આપણા માટે થવું બહુ જરૂરી છે. અને આપણા પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબે ગુજરાતમાં લોજિસ્ટિક પહેલાંથી જ સારી વ્યવસ્થા થાય, 3 પોર્ટ પર એના રસ્તાઓથી માંડીને હાથી માંડીને જે જમાનામાં લોકો સોચતા હતા એ વખત આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબે કરી હતી. એનો એક દાખલો આપું. હું જીઆરડીસીનો ચેરમેન હતો, મને આજે યાદ છે. હમણાં એનું ઉદ્ઘાટન થવાનું જ પટવારીજી. આપણે મારુતિ સાથે સૌથી પહેલી એનું જ્યારે બહુચરાજી માંડલમાં ચાલુ કર્યું ત્યારે સૌથી પહેલું વિચાર્યું હતું કે લોજિસ્ટિક કોસ્ટ કેવી રીતે મારુતિની સસ્તી થઈ શકે એના માટેનું આયોજન આપણે કરેલું. અને રેલવે એ વખત 26% ભાગ મારુતિનો ને બાકી 76% આપણે સરકારનો ને જીઆઈડીસીનો એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા કરેલી. હમણાં મને કહેતા આનંદ છે કે રેલવે આખી સંપૂર્ણપણે તૈયાર થઈ ગઈ છે. કડી, માંડલ, બહુચરાજીનો આખો વિસ્તાર હવે ટ્રક મારફત નહીં પણ રેલવે મારફત વ્યવસ્થિત રીતે પ્લાન થશે. ભૂતકાળમાં વિચારેલી વાત હમણાં 2 મહિનામાં તમે જોશો એનું ઉદ્ઘાટન આપણે કરવાના છે અને એક સારી વ્યવસ્થા થઈ ગઈ છે. જેમ હમણાં કહેવામાં આવ્યું એમ કે આપણું જે ગતિ પોર્ટલ છે આપણું, પીએમ સાહેબે 30 જુદા મંત્રાલયોને જોડીને એક અદ્ભુત વ્યવસ્થા જ્યારે કરી છે ત્યારે આપણે બધાએ એને કેવી રીતે મર્ચ કરીને ચાલી શકાય એ આપણા માટે બહુ જરૂરી છે. પહેલાં ભારત માટે બધા જુદી ચેલેન્જો કરતા હતા. મારે આજે પણ કહેવું છે કે વિશ્વની 500 મોટી કંપનીઓમાંથી 100 કંપનીઓ આજે ગુજરાતમાં છે. એ બતાવે છે કે આપણે 20 વર્ષ પહેલાં જે પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા કરી અને એના માધ્યમથી આજે અનેક લોકો આજે આવે છે. તમે કલ્પના કરો કે હમણાં ચીપ માટેની એક વ્યવસ્થા થઈ અને માત્ર અમેરિકામાં આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી મોદી સાહેબે વાત કરી, 6 જ દિવસની અંદર આપણે એમને જમીન આપી, 90 દિવસની અંદર ખાતમુહૂર્ત કર્યું અને 18 મહિનાની અંદર એ ફેક્ટરી ઉત્પાદનમાં આવવાની છે. આટલી ગતિથી ગુજરાત કામ કરી રહ્યું છે. અને જ્યારે ગુજરાત આટલી ગતિથી કામ કરતું હોય ત્યારે મારે મિત્રોને કહેવું છે કે આટલી એક સરસ વ્યવસ્થા છે, આટલું સરસ પાઠ છે. ભારત સરકાર એ બાજુ વિચારી રહી છે, ગુજરાત સરકાર અનેક કામ કરી રહ્યા છે. મારે આજે અભિનંદન ખાસ કરીને એમના એટલા માટે આપવા છે કે એમને આજે એક ઉદ્ઘાટન પોર્ટનું આજે મોરબી પાસે વેસ્ટર્ન કેરિયર ઇન્ડિયન લિમિટેડ કંપનીની આજે કરી રહ્યા છે. આજે થવાનું છે ને? આજે કરી રહ્યા છે. મેં એમને હમણાં દાખલો આપ્યો કે મોરબી અમે બહુ વર્ષો પહેલાં વિચાર્યું હતું કે એક મોરબી એવું છે કે હવે જીવનમાં કંઈક ને કંઈક કરવું હોય તો દરેક ઉદ્યોગપતિશ્રીઓએ સોચવું પડશે. આપણા કરતાં વિશ્વમાં કઈ પ્રકારે કેવા લોકો કેવી પદ્ધતિથી આગળ ગયા છે અને આપણે શું કરીએ કે એના બરોબર એ તો વિચારીએ જ, પણ એનાથી એક કૂદકો મારીને કેવી રીતે આગળ જઈ શકાય એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા આપણે બધાએ સમજવી પડશે અને મન નક્કી કરવું પડશે. મને આજે પણ એમ છે કે ગુજરાતી મિત્રો ઘણા બધા મોટી સંખ્યામાં છે. તમે ક્યાંય પણ મન બનાવો એટલે અનેક પ્રકારની સુવિધાઓ, પહેલાં એક અલગ સિસ્ટમ હતી, આજે ગુજરાતમાં અનેક પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા તમને બધી જ પ્રકારની મળી રહે. મેં એટલા માટે તમને દાખલો આપ્યો કે હવે જમાનો ગયો, પહેલાં લાઇસન્સ લેવા માટે બહુ તકલીફ પડતી. અત્યારે તમે 3 વર્ષ સુધી બિલકુલ લાઇસન્સ લીધા વગર તમામ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થાથી ફેક્ટરી કરો, 3 વર્ષ પછી તમે બધું લેજો, એવી ગુજરાત સરકારની પોલિસી થઈ ગઈ છે. આવી જો અદ્યતન વ્યવસ્થા હોય ત્યારે, આવા અનેક પ્રકારના આપણા પોર્ટની વ્યવસ્થા હોય ત્યારે મારે આપ સૌને કહેવું છે કે આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબે હમણાં જેમ રોડ ગણાવરાવ્યા એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થાના બધા જ સ્માર્ટ રોડ, સ્માર્ટ ડેવલપમેન્ટ, સ્માર્ટ ટેકનોલોજી આજે ભારત અને ગુજરાત અનેક ક્ષેત્રે કરી રહ્યું છે. ગુજરાત જે પ્રમાણેની વ્યવસ્થા કરી છે એમાં મેં કીધું ને કે આ કડીનું અમે એક તારણ કાઢતા હતા કે ભાઈ આપણે આટલો ખર્ચો આવ્યો છે, શું ઘટાડી શકાય? તો 2% પૈસા આપણે ઘટાડી શકીશું. એટલે આપણે જે 5% વધારે જતા હતા એ 2% આમાંથી ઘટાડીએ તો આપણે 3%નું રહે. પછી વિચારીશું કે આ 3%નું કેવી રીતે ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરી શકાય. આપણે કન્ટેનરથી માંડીને અનેક ક્ષેત્રે, હું હમણાં સેઠિયાજી જોડે વાત કરતો હતો કે કન્ટેનરના ધંધામાં હું છું, 1982થી આ બિઝનેસમાં હું જોડાયેલો છું. સાહેબ હું તમને ખરેખર રિયાલિટી કહું, અમે બધા પામ બિઝનેસમાં હતા ત્યારે વિચારતા અને એક સાયકલ બનાવતા. જ્યારથી આપણને એમ લાગે કે જે દાડે એલસી કઢાવીએ, સોદો કરીએ ને એલસી કઢાવીએ અને આખી પેમેન્ટ વેચાણ થઈને પાછું આવે ત્યારે 45 દિવસમાં અમે ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરી દેતા. એનું એક સોફ્ટવેર અમે ગુજરાતીમાં આજથી 25-30 વર્ષ પહેલાં બનાવ્યું હતું. નક્કી કરતા 90 દિવસનો બેંકનો અને તોનો ધારો હતો, બાકીના 45 દિવસનું વ્યાજ. અત્યારે તો વ્યાજમાં ડિફરન્સ થઈ ગયો. એ વખત વ્યાજના 4-5% પૈસા એમાંથી અમે કમાઈ લેતા. આ લોજિસ્ટિકની વાત કરું છું, આ રિયાલિટી કહું છું કે એ વખત બેંકમાં એફડી મૂકીને કેવી રીતે 4-5% પૈસા વધારે આપણે ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરી શકાય એ વખત વિચારીને ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરી શકતા હતા. આજની જગ્યાએ પણ આપણે ઘણી બધી કોમન ફેસિલિટીઓ કરવી જોઈએ. અમે બધા હવે આવનાર સમયમાં જેટલા પાર્ક થાય છે, જેટલા જીઆરડીસીઓ નવી થવાના, જેટલા મોટા મોટા પાર્ક થશે એમાં કોમન ફેસિલિટી કરવાના છે. કોમન ફેસિલિટીનો મિનિંગ કે ભાઈ કોઈ મશીનરી લઈને આવે આપણે સામૂહિક ગોડાઉન આપી શકાય. હું તો કહું છું એકાઉન્ટથી માંડીને સિક્યોરિટીથી માંડીને તમામ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા એ કોમન ફેસિલિટીમાં આપણે જોડી શકાય એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા આજે આપણે કરીએ છીએ. તમામ પ્રકારે લાઇટનો ખર્ચો કે ભાઈ સોલારથી માંડીને બીજાથી માંડીને એની કેવી રીતે કોસ્ટ ઘટાડી શકાય એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા આપણે બધાએ સાથે મળીને કરવાની છે. અને સૌથી મોટી ચેલેન્જ છે જે લોજિસ્ટિકની, તો હું તમને એટલી બધી સ્કીમો ગુજરાત સરકારની મને લાગે છે કોઈએ કીધી હશે, પણ આપણે ગુજરાત લોજિસ્ટિકની નીતિ જે જાહેર કરી 2021માં એની અંદર મૂડી સહાય આપીએ છીએ, વ્યાજ સહાય આપીએ છીએ, વીજળી શુલ્ક આપીએ છીએ, સ્ટેમ્પ ડ્યુટીની રાહત આપીએ છીએ, પેટર્નની રાહત આપીએ છીએ, ટેકનોલોજીની સહાય આપીએ છીએ, ગુણવત્તાની સહાય આપીએ છીએ. અનેક પ્રકારની ગુજરાત સરકારની આ બધી સ્કીમો છે અને એના માધ્યમથી અનેક વ્યવસ્થાઓ આપણે કરી રહ્યા છીએ. મારે આપ સૌને એટલું જ કહેવું છે કે આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી મોદી સાહેબ જે પ્રમાણે ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરીને ચાલ્યા છે અને એમનું લક્ષ્ય છે કે ભારત વિશ્વમાં પાવરફુલ 25 જે દેશો છે એમાં આપણે ભારતે એક સ્થાન બનાવવાનું છે. એ 25ની રેન્જમાં આવી જઈએ એટલે વિશ્વમાં લોજિસ્ટિકમાં આપણે બાકીના બધામાં તો મજબૂત થયા છીએ, પણ લોજિસ્ટિકમાં 25માંથી કેવી રીતે આવી શકાય એના માટેનો આપણા પાસે પ્લાન છે. વાત નહીં ભાઈ કાલે કેવી રીતે જઈશું, શું છે શું નહીં. આજે 2025 ચાલે છે, 2030માં શું થવાનું છે, 2035માં શું થવાનું છે, આવનાર સમયમાં આપણે કેવા ઝોન સિસ્ટમથી કરવાના છીએ, એનો ટોટલી 2047નો આખા ભારતમાં 2047 સુધી ક્યાં પહોંચવાનો છે એમ ગુજરાત એક પહેલું એવું રાજ્ય છે જેને પોતાનો 2047નો મેપ તૈયાર કરી દીધો છે. એનો પહેલો ઝોન આપણે સુરતની અંદર કર્યા. છ જે જિલ્લા છે એને જોડીને એનું ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરી દીધું અને આપણે નક્કી કર્યું આવનાર ટૂંક સમયની અંદર આપણે ઉત્તર ગુજરાત એટલે એની મહેસાણાની અંદર પણ તારીખ ફિક્સ થઈ ગઈ છે. એ પણ આપણે મહેસાણામાં પણ એના ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરવાના છે. તારે વિશેષ નહીં કહેતા, હું એટલું ચોક્કસ કહીશ કે હવે આ આધુનિકતાની ચોથી પેઢીની ક્રાંતિ જે ઉદ્યોગોની છે એમાં જેમ કહેવામાં આવ્યું એમ કે ભાઈ ડેટા સિસ્ટમ, AI, બિગ ડેટા એનાલિસિસ અને IoT, બ્લોકચેન, ડ્રોન. હવે તો ડ્રોન પણ તમે કદાચ, હું હમણાં ગયો તો એક રાજ્યમાં પહાડી વિસ્તાર હતો સિક્કિમમાં, સાહેબ બહુ વર્ષો પહેલાં ગયો હતો, મને નવાઈ લાગેલી. અને સિક્કિમની અંદર ડ્રોન આપણે દૂધ બધી ભેંસો બધું ભેગું થતું હોય એટલે એ જમાનાની અંદર ડ્રોનથી 5 કે 10 લીટર ઉપાડીને સીધું ડેરીએ મૂકી આવે એમ. અને મેં એ વખત પૂછેલું બધાને કે ભાઈ આ તો કે પહેલાં અમારે આખું આમ ફરતા 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 જવું પડ્યું. એ વખત ડ્રોન મને કેટલા વર્ષ પહેલાં 6-7 વર્ષ પહેલાંની વાત કરું છું. આજે ધીમે ધીમે ડ્રોન પણ આપણા માટે એટલી જ મહત્ત્વની સિદ્ધિઓ પ્રાપ્ત કરવાનું છે. ત્યારે આજે દરેક શહેર છે, અમે બધાએ ગુજરાત સરકારે પણ વિચાર્યું છે કે જેમ અમદાવાદ એક સિટી છે તો મોટી ગાડીઓ આવી ના શકે દિવસના દરમિયાન, તો આપણે લોજિસ્ટિક આજુબાજુ 4 ઝોનની અંદર આપણે 4 કરીશું. એવી 8 મોટી મોટી આપણી જે ગુજરાતની સિટીઓ છે તો આગળ પણ લોજિસ્ટિક પાર્ક બનાવી દઈશું અમે. અને ગાડીઓ તો આગળ મોટી ગાડીઓ ઉતરી શકે, કન્ટેનર ઉતરી શકે, એની વ્યવસ્થા થઈ શકે. નાની ગાડી માધ્યમથી ગુજરાતમાં પણ તમે નાની સિટીમાં ઝડપથી પ્રવેશી અને ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરી શકાય એવી સ્થિતિ છે. ત્યારે સમય એ મહાન વસ્તુ છે. હું પટવરાજી પ્રેક્ટિકલી એક વાત કરું છું. અત્યારે અમારે એક રેક ભરવી હોય તો સ્વાભાવિક દ્રષ્ટિએ રેકમાં તમે ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરો, 1 લાખ ડબ્બા ભરવા હોય તો કેટલા બધા દિવસ થાય, બરાબર છે કે આટલું ઉત્પાદન તો એક દિવસની અંદર થઈ ના શકે. સ્ટીમ્બર ભરવી હોય તો એ પણ એક દિવસમાં તમારે ઉત્પાદન નહીં થઈ શકે. તો સ્વાભાવિક દ્રષ્ટિએ હવે જો 4-5 મિત્રો ભેગા થઈને ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરે તો ફિનિશ ગુડ છે ને એ મારી ભાષામાં એમ સમજું તો 24 કલાકથી 72 કલાકની વચ્ચે ફિનિશ ગુડ આપણું પડ્યું ના રહેવું જોઈએ, તો જ આપણે બિઝનેસમાં સારા ડેવલપમેન્ટ થઈ શકીએ. રો મટીરિયલ પણ એ જ સિસ્ટમથી ચાલવું જોઈએ. અને જો 72 કલાકથી વધારે ફિનિશ ગુડ પડ્યું રહે એનો મિનિંગ કે હવે આપણે બિઝનેસમાં નુકસાન કરવાનું શરૂ કરી દઈશું. 1 કરોડ રૂપિયાનું ગુજરાતીમાં 4000 રૂપિયા રોજનું વ્યાજ થાય અને 4000 રૂપિયાનું વ્યાજ સાથે આપણે ચાલવાનું કે જો 25 કરોડ રૂપિયા પડ્યા રાખ્યા હોઈએ, 4 દાડા પડ્યા રહે કેટલા લાખ રૂપિયા નુકસાન કરીએ એ આપણે બહુ સારી રીતે સમજી શકાય. એટલે જમાના પ્રમાણે ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરીને એક ટ્રકમાં 600 ડબ્બા ભરવા હોય ને આપણી પાસે 200 3 જણા ભેગા થઈને જો કોમન ફેસિલિટીનો ઉપયોગ કરીને ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરીએ તો એક સારી વ્યવસ્થા કરી શકાય. એવી અનેક પ્રકારના રેલ ભારત સરકાર પણ હવે 20 ડબ્બા 10 ડબ્બા જુદી ડેવલપમેન્ટથી કરે છે. તો આપણે આ બધી જ વસ્તુઓને ભેગી કરીને, ડિજિટલ દુનિયાને ભેગી કરીને આવનાર સમયમાં સરકાર સાથે સપોર્ટ કરીને બધા મિત્રો પણ બધે આવે અને આ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા થાય. રોડની અંદર મને ખ્યાલ છે પહેલાં નાની ગાડીઓ હતી, અત્યારે 50 ટનની ગાડી આવે તો ફરક પડવા માંડ્યો. પહેલાં 10 ટનની 20 ટનની ગાડીઓ હતી. પહેલાં ટેમ્પા 300 ડબ્બા 400 ડબ્બા ભરાતા. આજે પરિસ્થિતિનું નિર્માણ બદલાઈ ગયું છે. એટલે લોજિસ્ટિક આપણા માટે એટલી જ મહત્વતા છે આપણા બિઝનેસ સાથે. તો લોજિસ્ટિકને કેવી રીતે આગળ વધારી શકાય એ પ્રમાણે ગુજરાત હંમેશા વેપારીઓની સાથે છે. ભારત સરકાર સખત ચિંતા કરી રહી છે. અમને બધાને પૂછતા હોય છે કે કેવી રીતે શું કરી શકાય, શું ના કરી શકાય. એટલે હવે આપણે જેટલી જમીનો નવી ખરીદવાના છીએ અથવા નવું જે કોઈ કરવાના છીએ એ બધું એરપોર્ટ ક્યાં છે, એરપોર્ટની સાથે બંદરો નજીક છે, હાઈવે નજીક છે, તો જ તમે સીધું તો આગળ કોમન ફેસિલિટી છે, સ્માર્ટ છે અને બધી જ વાતે જોડી શકાય એવી ગુજરાત સરકાર આવનાર જેટલી બધી નવા પાર્કો જેટલું ડેવલપમેન્ટ થાય છે એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા કરીએ છીએ. અને તમારા બધાનો સાથ સહકારથી આજે ગુજરાત રોજગારીમાં પણ કહી શકાય કે 1.1 એટલે આખા ભારતની અંદર સૌથી બેકારીનો રેશિયો આજે ગુજરાતમાં છે. અને એક વાત આમ તો આ વિષયની નથી પણ કહી દઉં, 1/8થી આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબ રોજગારી માટે પણ આપણા ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી માટે એક ફાયદાની વાત છે. અને સાથે સાથે કર્મચારી ભાઈઓને ફાયદો છે કે આવનાર સમયની અંદર જે 10,000 રૂપિયા પગાર આપતા હશે એને 2 વર્ષથી એટલે 1/8/2025થી 27/7/2027 સુધી 31/7/2027 સુધી જે 10,000 પગાર આપતા હશે એને 1,000 રૂપિયા દર મહિને, જે 10,000થી ઉપર પગાર આપતા હશે નવા લોકોને લે એના માટે એને 2,000, જે 20,000થી ઉપર પગારદાર છે એને 3,000 રૂપિયાની સ્કીમ એટલે 1 લાખ કરોડ રૂપિયા ભારત સરકાર આપવાની છે. એ જ રીતે કર્મચારી ભાઈઓને પણ જે પહેલી જોબમાં જાય અને 6 મહિના થાય એટલે 7,500 રૂપિયા અને બીજા 6 મહિના થઈ જાય એટલે 7,500 રૂપિયા એટલે 15,000 રૂપિયા એક કર્મચારી ભાઈને પણ મળવાના છે. મારી પાસે સમરોજગાર બંને છે. કાલે જ અમે મનસુખભાઈ જોડે ચર્ચા થતી હતી અને અમે એમાં નક્કી કર્યું છે કે 1/8થી આપણે ગુજરાતની અંદર નવી રોજગારીમાં જેમ ગુજરાત 20 વર્ષથી આગળ છે એ જ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા આપણે સારી રીતે કરી શકાય એ પ્રમાણે આપણે ચાલવાના છીએ. અને ગુજરાત ધીમે ધીમે હર ક્ષેત્રે ડેવલપમેન્ટ આવી પ્રગતિ કરે એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા આપણે ગુજરાત સરકાર અને ભારત સરકાર કરી રહી છે. આજે ફરીથી બધા મિત્રોને ખૂબ અભિનંદન આપું છું કે આવા બધા ચર્ચાઓના અંતે આમાંથી ઘણી બધી વાતો બહાર નીકળે, સમજ આવે અને એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા થઈ શકે. તો આ એક સરસ કાર્યક્રમ જોડ્યો એ બદલ આભાર. ભારત માતા કી જય.
Thank you, sir. What high energy levels in the auditorium. Sir, we feel extremely privileged कि आप हमारे बीच आज आए अपने समय busy schedule से समय निकाल के. So without any further ado, I would request Mr. Sethia to please come and unveil the big moment that we all are looking forward to. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. First of all, a big thank you, Honorable Minister Shri Balwant Singh Rajput ji. मैं ये स्पीच को हिंदी में बोलना चाहूँगा एंड मीटिंग से पहले थोड़ा सा हंसी मजाक ज़रूरी है. तो मीटिंग से पहले सर मेरे से निधि ने पूछा कि अगर मैं नेताजी गुजराती में बोलेंगे तो आप समझोगे. मैं हंसा, मैं कुछ बोला नहीं. बट मेरा प्रत्यक्ष प्रूफ यहाँ पर है स्टेज पर सर. मेरा बचपन का दोस्त केतन भाई मेहता बैठे हुए हैं जिनकी दया से मैं गुजराती पूरी तरह से समझ सकता हूँ, बोल नहीं पाता. तो लकीली मैं पूरी स्पीच समझ सका और बड़ा अच्छा लगा सर, आपने इतना एनर्जी दिया, इतना समय दिया हमारे लिए. तो एक छोटा सा प्रोजेक्ट हमने किया एंड मोरबी आते जाते रहते थे. लॉजिस्टिक्स का काम है तो कंटेनर्स कंसोलिडेट करके ट्रेन बनाते थे सर. एंड 8 साल 10 साल के अंदर में हमने देखा कि जो अहमदाबाद से एक फ्री स्ट्रेच होता था तकरीबन 3 से 4 घंटे का, वो धीरे धीरे कंजेस्टेड होते गया. एक के बाद एक इंडस्ट्री आती गई एंड क्लाइंट्स भी हमारे बढ़ते गए. तो हमने देखा कि खुद की जो ज़मीन हमारी ली हुई थी वहाँ पे जहाँ ट्रांसशिपमेंट एक्सेट्रा कर रहे थे, क्यों नहीं हम उसको एक डेवलप करते हैं. एंड नेताजी बता रहे थे स्पीड के बारे में, मैं बोलता हूँ इन्होंने कम बताया है. मैंने ये प्रोजेक्ट को इम्प्लीमेंट सोचना किया शुरू लास्ट ईयर, इस साल ऑलरेडी इस्टेब्लिश कर सके सर. दिस इज़ द स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ द स्टेट ऑफ गुजरात. इतनी स्पीड में इतना सहूलियत मिलना, सब तरफ से सपोर्ट मिलना, कोई तरह से बाहर का प्रेशर दबाव लगाने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ी। काम करने में जो एक मज़ा आता है, और इससे सर मेरे को मेरे दिवंगत दादाजी की याद आई। हम लोग सर ओरिजिनली बीकानेर से हैं, तो हमेशा एक बात वो बोलते थे कि बेटा तुम याद रखना कि राजस्थान और गुजरात वहाँ पे बारिश नहीं होता, तो आदमी मेहनत बहुत करते हैं, वहाँ मेहनत करोगे वहाँ हमेशा रंग आएगा। तो सर ये छोटी सी हमारी जर्नी है जो आपको दिखाना चाहता था मैं कि हमने क्या किया, कैसे किया। क्रिएटिंग, ये कुछ तस्वीरें मैंने लगाई हैं सर जो आप स्टेज पर देख सकते हो। ये 32 एकड़ की फैसिलिटी हमने क्रिएट करी है सर। ये सौराष्ट्र रीजन के लिए मेरे ख्याल से इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट का काम करेगी। टाइल्स की इंडस्ट्रीज़ हज़ारों हैं वहाँ पर सर। सोडा ऐश है, हमारे एक दिग्गज क्लाइंट यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, उनका सोडा ऐश का मूवमेंट करते हैं हम लोग। फर्टिलाइज़र्स का मूवमेंट हो रहा है, केमिकल का मूवमेंट हो रहा है। एंड हमारा टारगेट है सर कि अभी ऑलरेडी इनिशियल मंथ्स में हम 8 से 10 रेक्स कर चुके हैं सर, बट मेरा विज़न है कि यहाँ से अपने तकरीबन 50 रेक तक का काम कर सकते हैं सर, क्योंकि जितना डिमांड है, जितना काम हो सकता है यहाँ पे। और एक फैसिलिटी जब बनती है सर, उससे आप मान के चलिए कि सर 30 से 32 एकड़ की ये फैसिलिटी से कम 300 से 400 डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट रोज़गार बनते हैं सर। तो इससे पूरे प्रांत की प्रगति होती है सर, और धंधे के लिए बड़ा अच्छा है क्योंकि उनको लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट घट जाती है सर। जितना दूर आपका पीएफटी, जितना दूर आपका टर्मिनल होगा, उतना फर्स्ट माइल एंड लास्ट माइल का खर्चा बढ़ता है सर। आप खुद बिजनेसमैन हो, आप समझते हो सर। तो इसको हमने इस तरह से स्ट्रेटिजिकली प्लेस किया है कि हमारे आसपास में जो इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं जैसे मोरबी, देवलिया एंड दैट इंटायर बेल्ट सर, उनको बड़ा फैसिलिटी मिलेगा और उनको बड़ी सहूलियत मिलेगी। एंड वी आर गेटिंग फुल सपोर्ट। मैं आशा करता हूं कि नेक्स्ट भी जब हम बनाएंगे अपना पर पीएफटी या कंटेनर टर्मिनल, वो भी मैं गुजरात में ही बनाना चाहूँगा सर। सो दैट इज़ माई प्रॉमिस टू यू सर, एंड आई वुड नाउ रिक्वेस्ट you to please formally give us the blessing to go ahead and announce our PFT as open, sir. Requesting the Honorable Minister to now formally and officially allow Multi-Modal Cargo Terminal WCGD to be called open.
हमें आज बहुत आनंद है इस बात का कि हमारे गुजरात में, जैसे अभी स्टेज ने कहा कि पूरे गुजरात में हमें 36 एकड़ में किया है, आने वाले समय में भी हम गुजरात में करने वाले हैं। मैं बहुत दिल से उनको ओपन करता हूं और भगवान को प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आप जल्द से जल्द गुजरात में और दोबारा इसी तरह से ओपन हों। आपने बहुत बढ़िया काम किया है। जैसे मैंने एक बात बताना चाहता था, बीच में मैं भूल गया। आपने देखा होगा धौलेरा में हमने जिस तरह से हाईवे, ने 2 मिनट में हाईवे जिस तरह से बना है, जिस तरह से रेलवे की फैसिलिटी और प्लान की, तीनों व्यवस्था आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी साहब इसी तरह करते हैं, तो आप लोग उसमें 2047 में जोड़ करके आपका योगदान रहे, ऐसा भी मैं प्रार्थना करता हूँ। बहुत बढ़िया काम किया है। खूब गुजरात सरकार के आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री की वती से आपको खूब शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ।
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Setia. We wish you a very best, and we hope this cargo terminal brings along a significant value to the logistics industry. And now I would request Mr. Setia and Mr. Patwari to felicitate our Honorable Minister, please. Thank you. Can we have a group photograph? And eventually, I would also request our speakers, today's distinguished speakers, to also step up on the stage for a photograph with our Honorable Minister. Let's make use of the opportunity, please. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today, making this a remarkable memory for us to carry along. After witnessing a few great sessions, we quickly move on to the last session. We would just take 2 to 3 minutes to set up the stage. Okay, so now we start with our last panel discussion for the day. This panel is titled as Shipping Container Manufacturing in India, Smart Technology. To meet growing domestic and international demand, India is significantly increasing its domestic shipping container manufacturing capacity to reduce reliance on imports. India has a growing smart shipping container manufacturing sector focused on enhancing supply chain efficiency and security. Several companies are actively producing and innovating in this area, driven by the Make in India initiative and the need for improved logistics. I would now like to request the distinguished speakers to kindly come up on the dais for us to begin the session. Mr. Gagan Nigam, VP Corporate Strategy, DCM Shriram Industries Limited. Thank you, sir. Mr. Manoj Victor, Director, Simcon Industries Private Limited. Thank you. Mr. Vatsal Baldania, Jubilant Containers. Thank you. Mr. Kirit Soni, Committee Member, ICC Gujarat Council. Okay, so he'll be joining us soon. He might have gone to drop the minister downstairs. And Mr. Amit Oza, Astamar Management Consultancy, Marine Management, Logistics and Supply Chain. And I would now hand over to Mr. Amit Oza, the moderator for the session, to take the proceedings further. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, a big thank you to the organizers, ICC, and hearty congratulations to Western Carriers for the inauguration of their terminal. It is not very often, I understand, that we have conferences on container manufacturing. So a heartfelt thanks to them for organizing this session. Also a special thanks to Mr. Kirit Soni. I believe he's been, we're waiting for him to join. I believe he's been at the forefront of promoting this cause. So I have a quick slide. Can we have the slide, please, Mr. Yeah. To just set the context, I have a slide here to talk about the global container fleet and why is it important to look at container manufacturing from a national point of view. So container manufacturing is a significant business globally. Globally, there are more than 15 million TEUs in circulation, and the demand for shipping containers is expected to grow at 5% compounded annually for the foreseeable future. So it is definitely an industry which is on the rise. The demand is set to increase. Annual container production is volatile depending on various factors like COVID and the appetite of the lines and the lessors who buy it. The peak production has been 4 to 5 million TEUs, but an average of 2 million TEU demand can be expected. And with a price of about $1,500 per container, the turnover at any given point in time is at least $3 million, if at the very least. It can go up to as high as $10 million at the time when the prices and the demand has been at its peak. The industry has comparatively low entry barriers, and that's very significant for someone like India who's looking at options to actually increase its offering to the world, because there are not too many industries where India can simply walk in. As you know, there are entry barriers. If you want to enter the airline industry, if you want to enter any industry which is global, there are severe barriers in terms of either capital restrictions or there are regulatory restrictions globally. This is one field where India can really capitalize on by entering and making a mark. Of course, Chinese companies currently dominate the global container manufacturing scene, with estimated 85 to 95% of global volumes being supplied by Chinese companies. This is due to low cost of inputs, the primary inputs. Steel, as you know, is the main component, and the low labor cost. Chinese manufacturers also established scale of production, so their units are between more than 10,000 TUs, whereas Indian units are much smaller in terms of production. So that is that's just a very brief introduction of the global container production scenario. And I'm now happy to introduce my panel to discuss further about Indian container manufacturing, the challenge and what can be done in terms of going forward and address the various issues which currently face the container industry. So we were just saying thank you very much, Mr. Soni, for organizing this, and you've been a torchbearer for this particular industry for years. So thank you for organizing this as well. And so to quickly introduce the panel, I have Mr. Manoj Miranda. Mr. Manoj, he is the founder of Simcom Industries Private Limited, a company he built from the ground with a vision to prove that India can match global standards in shipping container manufacturing. Simcon is among the first Indian companies in recent times to manufacture and supply EXIM containers in direct competition with Chinese counterparts. His work has helped him install confidence in Indian NVOCCs and global MNCs alike. With the right policy support and collaboration, India can establish a robust self-reliant container manufacturing ecosystem. So Mr. Manoj, welcome. We have Mr. Vatsal Baldania. He is the founder of Jubilant Containers LLP, a company focused on manufacturing shipping containers with a vision to support and scale India's growing infrastructure and logistics ecosystem. Mr. Vatsal has a strong belief that India has the potential to become a global hub for container production. Over time, Jubilant has built a dedicated facility, worked through the challenges of establishing efficient production areas, and served clients with which value both innovation and reliability. Welcome. We have Mr. Gagan Nigam, who is the Vice President Corporate Strategy at DCM Shriram Industries Limited. He has joined us all the way from Delhi. Welcome. Where he plays a key role in driving the company's growth across engineering businesses, including its emerging container manufacturing vertical. He is an alumni of Malaviya National Institute of Technology. He combines a strong techno-managerial foundation with a deep understanding of business strategy, with a strong foundation in infrastructure segment and a strategic outlook shaped by over 20 years of experience across industries. He focuses on building scalable, globally competitive manufacturing strategies aligned with India's logistic and infrastructure ambitions. So welcome. Thanks for coming. And finally, of course, we have Mr. Kirit Soni. He requires no introduction. He is a proprietor of KMS Computers and Consultancy. He is also the Gujarat Council Committee member of ICC. He has actively served with various trade, industry and commerce body in Gujarat, and has served as president and executive committee members with several of them. He is also a member of the Container Manufacturing Coordinating Committee. Welcome, sir. Thank you. So that's broadly the panel we have today and what we're going to discuss. As we said, it's a healthy mix of manufacturers, people in the industry for long, people who've actually invested on the ground in terms of capacity. And it's good to hear from them as to what exactly are the challenges which the sector faces, what is the outlook, and how do they see this sector progressing, and what sort of interaction would they have with the logistics sector going forward. So I have a generic question to all the panelists, please, because this is something which is at the heart of it, which is about the cost of the raw material. So what do you think are the key challenges for container manufacturing in India, and what are your suggestions to address these challenges, especially in the context of the raw material costs? So we'll start with Mr. Vatsal.
Special thanks to ICC. It is truly honored for us to be part of this panel. So as of now, there is great opportunity in India to manufacture domestic container as well as global container. As many industries are manufacturing containers for EXIM purpose also some industries are manufacturing containers for domestic purpose, like for railways and for other special cargo containers. So as of now, there is a great opportunity in India. We are growing according to the Indian needs, and yeah, it is good.
On what do you think would be the total TU demand for Indian market annually?
As of now, total TU demand in India is somewhere around 50,000 containers per annum. For domestic purpose, yes. For EXIM purpose, there is China, who is manufacturing over 8 million TUs per annum. Last year they did.
Hi. Again, thanks to ICC for organizing such a useful and wonderful event in the city of Ahmedabad, the vibrant city. Well, I think the key challenges lie in the key cost items. One is the cost of raw material itself. The second is the cost of manpower. First of all, you've got to find the right skill. The ambit in which the container manufacturers will move now requires higher skill sets than that are being offered by our ITIs and polytechnics. It has to be much higher going forward. So when you talk of upskilling, you talk of higher salaries, higher wages, so that become part of the cost. And of course, then there are other costs like cost of power, which something needs to be done about, because this cost also escalates year on year. And then there are working capital costs. Above all, then there is a transportation cost, which can be sorted through various initiatives, both by the government as well as the private sector. So, yeah.
Amongst all these three, raw material, skill, and power, where do you think the difference is maximum as far as the Chinese competition is concerned?
Well, since 60 to 65% of the overall cost is the cost of raw material, so that is the lion's share.
Gap would be about 10%, 20% roughly?
At least.
At least. Thank you.
Hello. Again, thank you ICC and Mr. Kirit Soni. We hardly find any forum where we can discuss about container manufacturing in India. So this is one of the such opportunities where we can at least have a dialogue and bring out our challenges and issues. I think if I remember correctly, there was an initial attempt by some of the companies some 30-35 years back in India to start container manufacturing in India for shipping purposes. But the times were different, the environment were different, government scenario and government approach were different. And some of the companies who did try, they died their natural death, some diversified also. And after a gap of 30-35 years, now we are here in 2025 again trying to restart the container manufacturing in India. So this, if I remember correctly, started because of Mr. Modi. After becoming the Prime Minister in 2014, I remember, the central government initiated they formed a committee, technical committee, to explore the possibility of establishing Bhavnagar as a shipping container manufacturing hub. I think Mr. Kirit Soni can relate with this. He has been working for this for the last so many years. So since then, Government of India has been trying, but for various reasons, it is still struggling, and some people, we have tried and built some capacities, but yet we are still at a very early stage, rather say stone age. We are nowhere near China to, even think about competing with China is a distant dream. At least what we can try at the moment is that build some capacities where we can address the requirements of Indian companies, Indian NVOCCs and the container train operators. And that is where we can build some scale, some volume, and then we can think about competing with China. So as far as challenges are concerned, as some of them rightly said, raw material is one of the key components that contributes to the higher cost of the overall container production. Just to give you a sense of it, if a 2 millimeter thickness cotton steel is available in China or in Japan or in Vietnam at somewhere around Indian rupees 45 to 50 rupees, the same raw material in India is available somewhere around 65 to 70 rupees. So that is a huge gap in the cost of raw material, which is contributing around 55 to 60% of the overall production cost of a container. There is as such no government schemes or government initiatives that is directly giving us any advantage or facilitating the container production in India. Yes, government is doing its bit in creating the requirement. For instance, it is the central government's initiative that they made Concord to float the tender for 10,000 containers procurement in India. So that way, it started from Concord, then they convinced Shipping Corporation of India as well. then a couple of other PSUs also. So all these government PSUs are being requested or rather required to buy the containers for their use from India, India-made containers, made in India containers. So that way government is doing its bit, but as far as the assistance in scaling up the production, land allotment, working capital requirement, or raw material cost subsidies, there are a lot of challenges. But as they say, in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. So there is an opportunity where we can at least start from here, like us, 4-5 companies, we have established a capacity. I think combined capacity as of now is somewhere around 75,000 TEUs per annum. As against China, again, I think it would be senseless to compete or compare our capacity with China at the moment, because they have been doing this, for donkeys years. They have started it in 1950s, I guess, and we are in 2025. So let us not compare with China. What we can do is at least we can start building slowly for addressing the domestic requirements. And for that to happen, the challenges are roughly the cost of raw material. If government can consider this as a deemed export for not only the steel manufacturers, but also for the shipping container manufacturers. If they consider this as a deemed export, this could be one of the solutions where they can subsidize the cost of the raw materials or the bought out items including the floorboards. That is also contributing somewhere around 14 to 15% of the cost of container. There are various other challenges, but I think to begin with, this is good enough. I think I would now request
Thank you, Amit. See, before replying the questions of Amit Bhai, I would like to highlight some of the points which I have learned from the discussions and the sessions I have attending with the government of India. So this is I recall properly that the PMO had given a call to the Indian industries that yes, because in COVID times, logistic cost has gone up drastically just because of non-availability of the container. That is where these roots are, that the Indian companies, why they are not manufacturing shipping containers. That was the reason. At that time, we had a detailed discussion. The objective of making Bhavnagar as a container manufacturing hub, that is that Bhavnagar, we have a ship breaking units over there. So it's a major source of recycled steels. Then in future, if any of the steel companies are coming, then it can be a major source of raw material for the container also. At that time, there were many challenges. That if we see that the knowledge of developing, manufacturing the container was not there. Certification was at all an issue. Even I've closely observed that BVQI, companies like BVQI, they also learned from their own project and consultancies, because initially they were coordinating with their Chinese supporters, and then they were just doing the things in the right way. But now today the scenario is changing. It is that the basic learning, let's say infantry stages of the learning have gone. Now it's a time the government should think about some offering to the industries. Initially PLI, they were discussing, whenever we discuss about PLI, they were telling that how to decide about PLI. Because PLI, the base is, there has to be some production, then only it's a production linked incentive. So if there is no production, then how can we give the incentives on them? But now it's a time that incentives can be defined. When it comes to a cost, then the major cost difference is, because 73% of the raw material, that is a steel. It's a cotton steel. And it's known to everyone that the price difference between cotton steels in other country, let's say China, because why we are talking about China? Because China is producing 97% of the total container manufactured globally. So that is why we are talking about the China pricings. Because if we want to compete internationally, then there is the only way we should compete with the China. So that cotton steel price in China and cotton steel price in India, 30% straight difference is there. Whatever way we count duty, we count landing cost, we count transportation, anything. One additional factors which has been included recently, that the government of India have put a landmark that any of the raw material being import to be used in India, it has to be BIS approved. So Chinese company need to go for the BIS approval. So then there the cost is increasing, because even the non-BIS material cost is different, BIS material cost is different. So what the Chinese supplier is concerned, because they know that if Indian buyer is buying, they should have with a BIS consent, otherwise they will not go for it. So that is a one factor where the price difference is there. If we are talking about the increasing numbers, if we are talking about multimodal logistic, the way infrastructure is being developed, right from the morning we are listening that yes, India is coming up with reducing the logistic cost. But there the importance of the container is very vital. And I think if not today, then tomorrow, government should think on that how to make it survival to the Indian manufacturer. Then only it is possible.
Insightful. So it's established that, of course, we have the cost disadvantage. We have problems in terms of scale. So, Mr. Manoj, just wanted to ask you, so what is the solution? As you know, globally, almost 55% of containers are leased. They're not owned. They are more in the leasing space, where the end users are leasing them from directly either from manufacturers or from intermediaries. Do you think that if a mechanism is set up where Indian manufacturers are able to lease containers globally, would that help in any way, because the margins would be quite different? And a related question is, as we all know, the banks are currently not lending or lending against containers as an asset to Indian NVOs. So if that is something which is enabled by the banks, and if the banks can actually use the containers as a collateral and give loans to NVOs to buy or lease ships, containers, do you think that would assist or help in closing the gap till the Indian container manufacturing industry can scale up to global levels and be more competitive?
Yeah, definitely. But I think leasing is still a far-fetched dream, because at the moment there are no volumes as such. Because if you see the scale of China, if the European companies or the American companies, they have set up their leasing companies in China and they are leasing, across the globe for containers. So for India, I think I have met, if I can talk about my personal experience, I have met a couple of European leasing companies and I have had interactions with them. And I understand that they are interested in coming to India and offer their leasing services in the Indian market. But I think the commercials are not very viable for them at the moment in India. Even for the small NVOCCs, if they want to provide their leasing services, the environment and the commercials are not encouraging. So that is one of the reasons I am not going into the details of the commercial that I don't know. But yes, NVOCCs and the leasing companies or the shipping companies, the commercials that they operate elsewhere is something different, and what they are looking in India, the scenario is something different. So that is one of the reasons the European companies or the leasing companies are not very active in India to provide their leasing services. There are a couple of Indian companies who are into leasing services, but still they are also struggling. At the most, what they are being able to do is they are able to give the leasing services for, say, one-trip service. It's not a long-term leasing service like 7 years or 8 years or 10 years. So they are just giving a one-way transport kind of lease service, that from one destination to other destination. So that they are doing and they are happy with that. But to get a scale where the leasing companies can provide 6 year, 7 year, 8 year kind of a long-term leasing service is not happening in India. I don't think it is happening in near future. The other question, whether the Indian manufacturing, shipping container manufacturing companies, whether they are in the capacity to lease out the containers themselves, manufacture and then lease it out to their clients. I don't see that also happening in the very near future. I don't want to be offensive to any fellow manufacturing company. I don't want to comment about the financials of any company. But because I'm in the industry, I know all these companies are very small companies. They are not at that scale where they can take the burden of manufacturing costs and also then the leasing costs of the containers and provide a full-fledged service to their client. But yes, as you rightly said, it's the China way. Manufacture, lease, and then provide end-to-end service. But that is not happening in India at the immediate future. I think the other question was banks funding. So that again is my personal experience. We have been meeting a lot of small NVOCCs and a medium kind of NVCCs in India. And some of them had approached our Indian banks to finance container procurement. But the problem is they are not recognizing container as an asset because it's movable in nature. And it is very difficult to track container which is globally, being transported globally anywhere in the world. So it is a difficult situation for bank also to monitor the location of the container and to keep track of the container movement and everything. And for that reason, I think banks are not considering or recognizing container as an asset and provide the NVOCCs or the shipping companies a term loan to procure these containers.
So typically internationally, what is the minimum size that they would look at? So if a leasing company, what would they look at? 5,000, 10,000?
For a leasing company, I think 5,000, 10,000 is also a small volume. But to begin with, it's a good volume as far as Indian context is concerned. But globally, what they look at is somewhere around 25,000, 50,000 TEUs. That's the kind of volume they look when they are going into leasing companies. And they are very big companies leasing. I mean, multiple MNCs are there, so they are leasing. And all the Chinese companies, the three major companies are state-owned companies. So they also lease containers themselves, like the China model I said, manufacture and lease. But the European companies, they are, as I said, during my interaction, I have learned that they are interested to the tune of say 2,000 or 5,000 containers as well. But for that to happen, they'll have to work out some commercial which is mutually agreeable to the lessor and the lessee, and then it's good enough in the Indian environment.
Established, it's difficult to set up lease structures or banking structures. So I'd come to Vatsalbhai here. So given this context, what do you think is the strategic imperative to actually manufacture containers in India? Why do you think as an economy we should make containers? And what sort of support do you think would be required given that what we just discussed? What sort of support would the industry require, especially keeping that strategic vision in mind? What sort of support would the industry require to actually compete and thrive?
So first of all, we have to understand why this industry needs support. Like, so अभी कंटेनर है तो वो दो टाइप का हम लोग मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं. फर्स्ट वन इज़ द स्टैंडर्ड कंटेनर, सेकंड वन इज़ फॉर द डोमेस्टिक कंटेनर. स्टैंडर्ड कंटेनर है वो सेल होगा आपका डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में एनओसीसी को, शिपिंग लाइंस को और अदर जो भी एक्सपोर्ट के रिलेटेड है उसको. नाउ अभी कोई एनओसीसी है उसको अगर हम लोग स्टैंडर्ड कंटेनर अगर हम लोग सेल भी करते हैं तो अगेन जो अभी अर्लियर हमने डिस्कस किया कि कॉस्ट, उसके सामने दो ऑप्शन आएगा, या तो आप चाइना से इंपोर्ट कीजिए या तो आप डोमेस्टिक जो हम लोग मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं वो आप यूज़ कीजिए. अगेन सेम क्वेश्चन कम्स कि अभी आप दोनों के जो प्राइस है वो कंपेरेटिव है ही नहीं. देयर इज डिफरेंस बिटवीन समवेयर अराउंड $500. और वो क्यों है? क्योंकि स्टील प्राइजेस, बिकॉज 70% ऑफ द कंटेनर विच इज़ मेड फ्रॉम द स्टील. तो अभी स्टील प्राइस इतना हमारा हायर है तो हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट बट ऑब्वियस है कि वो हायर ही होगा. इसके कारण हम लोग जो है स्टैंडर्ड कंटेनर को जैसे कि मनोज सर ने बताया कि भाई एनओसीसी से उन्होंने वहाँ पे सेल करने में हमें ये दिक्कत आती है कि भाई हम लोग यहाँ पे जाएंगे, वो अगेन वही एक चीज़ चलेगा कि भाई आपका प्राइस पॉइंट ये है, चाइना का प्राइस पॉइंट ये है. सो या नेक्स्ट कि अभी वाई इंसेंटिवाइज कि अगर गवर्नमेंट हमको एज ए मैन्युफैक्चर अगर इंसेंटिवाइज करते हैं, जैसे कि इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स है, डायरेक्ट सब्सिडीज़ हमें मिलती है तो हम लोग आगे जो हमारा लास्ट यूज़र है उनको हम लोग सब्सिडी दे सकते हैं. अदर ऑप्शन इज़ कि हमें जो स्टील मिलता है, स्टील हमें कोई डिस्काउंट रेट पे मिले कि जिसके ऊपर हम लोग मैन्युफैक्चर करें और उस चीज़ को हम लोग फिर ग्लोबली एक्सपोर्ट कर पाए या ग्लोबली बेच पाए, तो उससे जो भी गवर्नमेंट को बेनिफिट होगा, जैसे कि फॉरेन करेंसी इंडिया में आएगी. ऑल्सो द मैन्युफैक्चर विल ग्रो. अभी इंडिया का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपेसिटी समवेयर अराउंड 40,000 to 50,000 कंटेनर्स पर ईयर है, जो कि बहुत कम माना जा सकता है. इफ़ द ग्लोबल मार्केट ओपन्स, आप मान सकते हैं कि हम लोग ओवर 1 million और ओवर 2 million कंटेनर्स हम लोग मैन्युफैक्चर कर सकते हैं इफ़ द ग्लोबल मार्केट ओपन्स फॉर अस. और वो कब होगा कि जब हम लोग का प्राइस जो है, जो हमारा सेलिंग प्राइस है, वो हम लोग कंपेयर कर पाए जो इंटरनेशनल मार्केट है उससे, तब जाके हम लोग ग्लोबल मार्केट ओपन कर पाएंगे. सो या दैट इज़ अवर डिमांड एज अ कंट्री मैन्युफैक्चर.
Gagan, from your perspective, strategically, we just heard about, हमने cost difference के बारे में सुना, हमने forex earnings के बारे में सुना. आपके हिसाब से क्यों करना चाहिए इंडिया को container manufacturing? Centrally, why should the government focus on it? And why should we manufacture containers here? From a long-term perspective and a strategic perspective. Your take on it.
So, in a broader perspective, on a global level, we should help the world on the China plus one strategy. On the domestic front, because our demand is so huge, we should ideally meet it domestically. And this makes logic only when there are few things in place. पहला तो there should be scale. जब तक आपके पास scale नहीं होगा, तब तक आपकी cost कम नहीं हो पाएगी. How to bring up the scale? This requires some enablers from the government side, from the policy side. For example, there can be preferential procurement by the Indian manufacturers in all the tenders. Then there can be PLI. Of course, the targets can be given to the companies. Whoever is able to achieve, they should be able to get the PLI. The third thing is, there should be capital subsidies. Provision for that at least should be there. If someone is setting up a new container manufacturing line, there can be capital subsidies. Then there can be operational subsidies like the electricity cost, the other costs, the skilling costs, of course, can be reimbursed by the government. Then, of course, the players, the Indian players themselves should focus on a few things like the technology. Now, the containers, the traditional containers, as someone mentioned that there is an issue of traceability of containers. Now, how to mitigate this issue? Maybe through some technology like RFID or something else, maybe. And then there are, apart from ISO containers, there are other new categories of containers also coming up, which require a completely different technological intervention. So the players should be ideally prepared for such kind of shift on the technology front. The quality is of paramount importance because any global player who would like to procure it from you will make sure that if there's any gap on the quality side, the container will be rejected mostly. So this is another important factor that will play a key role in Indian competitiveness. And then, of course, everyone should promote India as a global export center going forward. World is moving towards sustainability. So again, there should be some guidelines given by the bodies like MOEF, Ministry of Environment, on how the sustainability on the sustainability front, the container recycling and reuse, that will be very important. So yeah, broadly, if these points can be addressed, it will be really useful to promote India as a global manufacturer.
So just to add to that, from a strategic perspective, this entire thing about manufacturing containers in India started during the COVID period, when there was a lack of boxes, there was a lack of sailings also, and there were a lot of blank sailings. But do you think that if we are manufacturing containers and if we were to face a situation of war or something similar to COVID, would having a manufacturing base here help at all? Or do you think that's something which is not a major factor? From a strategic perspective, as India from a security and from securing your supply chain, does it make sense to manufacture yourself, or you think that's not a very critical factor?
Well, let's take an example of Israel. It's a manufacturing country and it's always in war. So, we have to be self-sustainable in any form of situation, be it war or any calamity. And we should be prepared to, since we consider China as a competitor in spite of being a neighbor, so we should reduce as much as dependence on them.
Do you think in case of war or any such things, you think locally manufactured containers would be able to mitigate some of the?
Certainly, and they should be more competitive. First of all, we should achieve that competitiveness in us, and then definitely.
Yeah, thank you. Kirit, last question to you, Kirit bhai, just a quick one before I ask the panel for their closing views. We've talked about scale, and Manojji mentioned about scale, and we've been talking about scale. What do you think is the minimum or the optimal scale which is required for a unit to compete globally? So what do you think would be something which is the bare minimum in terms of scale, which a unit would have to see, where we could say that now it has reached a scale where the price can actually compete, other things being equal, can now compete in the global arena?
Amitji, see, if we talk about the scale, I'll say it has been already achieved. See, if we talk about 3 years back, we have not been able to produce 10 containers a day. Today, there are the factories who are capable to manufacture 50 containers a day. So that scale is good enough to compete. But I would like to add something in the same perception that you are talking about the competitiveness and the pricings. You are also talking about the leasing container. See, leasing business overall, not for container, for any of the product if you see, it is mainly a diversified business from the manufacturer, basically. So you have to be more competitive in the manufacturing first, then you can move to the leasing business. Because leasing itself is a diversified business to the manufacturer. It's true for any of the product. So, like Shipping Corporation of India, because we don't have even say shipping lines in the India, that's a major thrust, where government can put their impact and then they can force. Because to have the initial modality and sustainability, we need to have some resources where government can impose some actions on them. So that is how the Conquer government has taken the initiative. They have given 2,500 containers order to 6 manufacturers in the country. They were zero on the knowledge. It took 6 months to develop that product line manufacturing setup. And then today there are the factories where 10,000 containers a year can be produced. Okay, so this is how, so in future, or say in near future, if government can come out with some Indian shipping line business, they are also working on that to my knowledge, but if they can be done, then the business automatically will come and that will be purely a domestic business. So price competitiveness will not be there. And once, see it's a vice versa, no? If your production goes up, then steel manufacturer will produce more quantity in cotton steel. So automatically their cost will come down. So today the issue is that they don't have the enough market. So they can't go for the production. So there is a time delay, delivery schedules, then inventory cost. All these things comes to a cost of the manufacturing.
Very useful. I think I'm tempted to ask, you're sitting with 3 manufacturers. How did you get the seed capital and how are you currently funded? I need to ask all 3 of you. So given all these challenges, how have you managed to reach where you've reached? In terms of setting up, in terms of reaching the scale, how have you actually achieved it?
So seed capital, like any
personal finances?
Nothing, personal finances. जो था सब लगा दिया.
Okay. So no debt component at all.
No, debt component is there, but I mean it's not like a typical startup where you start something with your own money and then a VC or an investor comes in and funds you and then you scale it from there. That's not the journey that we have had, at least, so I can tell that. But yes, we started from something. We started from scratch, and now we are at a position where we are at 6,000 TEUs per annum capacity. We got to this capacity gradually. And at the moment, we are partnered, Simcon is partnered with a group called Rudra Group. And they are coming in as a strategic investor and partner with Simcon, led by Mr. Rajesh Kaitwas and Mr. Akshay Dave. So they are coming on board, and with their coming on board, we are looking not only to stabilize and get to 100% capacity utilization for our existing unit. We will also, going forward, gradually look to expand the capacity somewhere around 20 to 25,000 TEUs per annum. So people are interested, at least to the best of our capability. We have been trying for so many months now, but finally we have an investor. So people are interested in the industry. People see the potential and growth in this shipping container manufacturing overall, because it's not only about the shipping container. There are other areas also where the containers are used, like energy storage units, BESS, battery energy storage unit. So container is used there. There are other renewable energy systems where containerized equipments are needed. So that is also coming up in a huge way. All the major renewable energy companies, they are looking for equipment that are containerized. So going forward, that will be a different vertical within the container manufacturing itself, which can cater to the, minimum requirements of the manufacturer, and then club with the container train operators requirement, CTO's requirement. I think going forward, maybe in 2 years or 3 years down the line, and with the government's push, whether it is PLI, whether it is some kind of incentives or scheme, no matter what. But all these things put together collectively within 2 to 3 years down the line, I think all these manufacturers will be in a position where we have the capacity, where we have the resources, and we have the price competency where we can take on the international markets, competing with them. As far as quality is concerned, we are already there. It's only about, at the moment we are operating, it's very skill-oriented, labor-oriented. So going forward, once we achieve the scale of 20,000 or 25,000 TEUs per annum per factory, then automation makes sense. So we will get there within 2 to 3 years, all put together, all the manufacturers currently put together.
Very impressive. Very quickly, of course, you belong to DCM Shriram Industries, so financial structuring of the facility?
Well, I'm not too sure, Amit, because this is a little way long back. I was not there in the company. I think it was set up in 2015 or 16, if I'm not wrong.
But I presume it's through internal accruals because
it's a promoter-driven company.
But
so
that would be figuring in your costs, right? Because your financial cost would be one of the key costs when you're working out the unit cost.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I was coming more from that angle.
Yeah, seed capital is definitely a cost. It's a capex, so basically, yeah.
Right. And what's my
When we started, we were bootstrap. After a few years, we took a finance from the bank. And as of now, it's been more than 4 years. As of now, we are at a capacity of 4,000 TUs per annum. Yeah, we haven't took any finance from the investor or anything else.
So how have the bank's attitude generally been? Is it easier to get financing for something like this, given the current challenges? And how have the financial sector generally reacted to funding container manufacturing?
Yeah, they generally react because, see, it's a steel market. It is totally related to steel market. And they are a bit afraid from the variation in steel prices. So it is a bit critical to get a finance from the bank in this sector. But yeah, they are अभी जो भी हो रहा है जैसे कि सेक्टर ऐसा ऐसा करो हो रहा है तो yeah, they are a bit genuine also.
That's good to hear. So do we have time for closing remarks from the panel? It's just a quick closing remark.
We can take a few questions.
Okay, we can just have the closing remarks and then we can have the break. You want to start with the questions, okay?
I don't think I need any mic. Amitji, I think, thank you very much. I introduced myself. I'm P.N. Rao, working with GHL Limited, soda ash manufacturer. We are producing 1.2 million ton of soda ash and consuming around 6 million tons of raw material. Now, very interesting actually, you're discussing about this the pricing and this one. See, I could able to catch 2-3 points from your conversation. Say, you are saying that 95% of that global production is manufactured in China, and I don't know what is our percentage in India. And the second important thing is, see the biggest problem in this country, we always see the benchmark of China. See, every commodity have a problem now. Whether you take it TU or you take it soda, you take it tile or you take it steel or aluminum, so everywhere you have a problem of pricing actually. Because we never able to match the pricing of China. So the biggest concern for the entire the world, not for the only one or the two countries. The tariff, that is the problem going on. Everywhere we have that minimum import pricing is there actually. But so the barrier is there, still we are unable to match that cost actually. I think our only, see you are talking about some concessions and that rebates, some electricity concessions and the steel pricing. It is very difficult to get government for all these things. Because every sector is having the problem. The only way is you have to compete with the costing, you have to reduce your cost and compete with them. I think we may not be able to reach to 100%, but at least we could be able to reach 95%, 96%. Until us to reach that mindset, I think we never able to compete with the world. See, another interesting is what you have rightly said. See, we have started with zero. See, when we have started the zero, your pricing will be somewhere at top only, maybe 30-40%. See, when you increase your production capacity, certainly you will reach to a certain level. I think today we are at 50,000. So once we make it to 5 million TUs, that time we may be matching to the figure. I will give one example. See, we are running the 10 electrical vehicles in our company, first in Gujarat. We are flying between the Pipavav port and Somnath. It's almost 150 kilometers. See, the biggest thing is when I had conceived the idea 2019, I am giving the 6 years back report. When I conceived that idea 2019, the cost was very high actually. It was not matching to my figure. See, I am having some benchmark of my diesel pricing. See, beyond that I can't go by pricing. See, when I started conceiving the idea 2019 to 2024, see, I have come to that level actually. That means I am able to matching the diesel price. The very interesting is when we bought the first vehicle, the cost was 1 crore 33 lakhs. Today, the same party is ready to give 1 crore 26 lakh. That means he has reduced this 7%, 7 lakhs. That is at approximately 5%. See, when you increase the more volume, automatically prices will come down. See, if my prices come to, say, for example, 1 crore 20 lakhs or 1 crore 15 or 1 crore 15 lakh, my transport saving will be 5%. See, that's how we have to look at it. See, we never get any concessions in this country. We have to compete with the pricing.
Appreciate your comments.
Sir, your comments are very well taken and points are completely logical. I think up to 5 to 10% efficiencies can be brought in by economies of scale. The point here is, as Manoj mentioned earlier, when the raw material for making the container is available in Vietnam for 45 rupees vis-a-vis what we are getting here at 65 to 70 rupees, then where are these efficiencies going to be reduced more? So somewhere, I think, one of the fundamental points that we have arrived here is whether to look at China as a competitor or not. But somewhere in the 90s, Chinese government has taken some steps which can be studied by the government of India. And on the basis of their merit, probably some of those can be implemented. This is what I feel.
Commodity space, China is way ahead of anyone else. If you look at the import of iron ore, they do it in ultra-large ore carriers, which carry 400,000 tons of carbon from Brazil, whereas we are still in capes at 100, 150,000. So the economies of scale is very different.
Sir, one interesting, sir. They are importing the salt from Kerala, okay, and they are dumping the soda ash and caustic in India at cheaper price. Taking raw material and pushing the finished product.
Rao sir, the basic question is, I'm just nearly very much connected with most of the manufacturer. And this might be the questions from most of the innovators and the startup, those who are going with the wordings of the PM. See, he is role model for most of the Indians today. Okay. So the point is that, see, there are 12 raw materials being used, and 13th parameter is the cost, labor cost. We are matching by virtue of this 4-year experience. Now industries is in such a way that they are being able to match the cost of labor and cost of all the other 11 raw material. But steel, which is not there in their hand, that's a basic question. And that's the consumption of steel as a raw material is 73 to 75%. So it's a remarkable. So for them, whether to continue with this product and go with the statements that yes, because one has to understand the importance of container in the logistic model. We all have faced and we have easily very much seen during the COVID time that how China can ramp entire ecosystems just by not delivering the container to the nations who they decide. So now it's a call, even say the manufacturer like you also, you can also come up with the options like cement manufacturers. They are working for a model that where cement container differently designed. So for your bulk carrier or bulk buying, it's not only about ISO shipping container manufacturing. It's a question of maintaining and managing their ecosystems. So there could be another option also. And surprisingly, we are on all other part. There are lot many other type of containers. But in all others, other than the standard shipping containers, we are at par, even below than the China. because there the volume is very low. Standard shipping containers, they are manufactured in bulk. That is why they are competing with us. But so the basic question is this, that, and you can even see the manufacturer, bigger manufacturer, they can come out with the options. And we can have some ecosystems developed within the country, so whenever and wherever required, we can utilize the system, and then it can be a support to the industries also. That is the point.
Thank you very much for to ICC particularly for hosting this supply chain summit over here. I am Devang Joshi. I am representing Ahmedabad Custom Broker Association. I am the chairman to Ahmedabad Custom Broker Association. And I run my logistics company known as Anchor Line, which has completed 25 years of operation. And we have been to different trade lanes, different countries where we have been operating. Since morning I am participating in this supply chain because I am again very much into the supply chain seminar or supply chain logistics committee with FFI on the national frontier also, and I'm looking after for the ICD development and for the smaller ICD origins. So first of all, I should congratulate all the team who are manufacturing containers in India. You are really brilliant, and you are having the daring to manufacture in all the odd conditions. Maybe 35 years before, I was working with a steel company, means it was a cast iron manufacturing company who were manufacturing auto parts. So I was just, when you were all talking, and I was feeling your pain about the difference of the steel price, what we are facing. Internationally, the price of steel is very less, and in India, because of the customs duty and other things, the pricing goes very high. My small submission to Amitji, to ICC and to Gujarat Chamber of Commerce. Long before, in India, in our Commerce Ministry, we were having one scheme for the steel. It was undertaken by Export Promotion Council and Engineering Export Promotion Council. The scheme was known as IPRS, that is International Price Reimbursement Scheme. That particular scheme was not only able to help the steel manufacturers to compete in the international world, because we have to bring the good steel. It is not just bringing the steel. We have to bring the good steel. If you have to survive in the international market, you should give the export-worthy containers into the market. So that is very important. So it is only not, it has been reimbursed by the price, but it is reimbursed by the quality. And you can keep your hard work, but I would just represent Amitji, the ICC and GCCI to take it forward from their respective wing, that if IPRS scheme can be implemented once again, that will help the trade for together. The second observation for mine is that related to the containers what you are manufacturing. You are as of now maybe manufacturing the standardized containers, right? So my submission is that I've been traveling a lot. I've been analyzing the market, and I was the first guy to start the chemical marketing of the taking of the cargo for the chemicals particularly. I would just suggest you just have a look on to the cluster which we have developed in Gujarat, particularly with Ankleshwar, Vapi, and that particular belt. So that particular belt is an absolute requirement of the SOC containers, right? Now I'm talking SOC shipper-owned containers, not only the standardized containers. I just also request you try and see and develop the liquid cargo containers which are known as ISO tanks. So ISO tanks, suppose if you will do that, along with what your production, if you will add in your specialty of ISO tanks, it is an absolute requirement for corrosive materials. And a lot of GSEL and other companies are there. Again, there are companies near down to Mundra who are exporting chemicals. They require such sort of specialized tanks. So along with your containers, you can also try and bring in some specialized containers where you will have a round trip lease agreements. What somebody was telling that you are not getting, or there is a one trip lease basis, but into this particular capacity, if you will enter tomorrow, you have to study a little bit, but if you will enter that, there is a very, very good potentiality for you to develop, and we can compete. Because I am a man of shipping, we are importing a lot of containers, we are doing a lot of ISO tank containers, liquid cargo, hash cargo and all. So I would just request you, you should please look on to this thing and try your strategy to develop into that. That will bring you good results, not for your company, but for our state and country altogether. Thank you very much.
Interesting. That's an interesting point.
Thank you. I'm Shailesh Patwari, past president Gujarat Chamber of Commerce Industry and Gujarat Desktop Manufacturers. I think what our Prime Minister needs is Atmanirbhar Bharat. So container is the biggest bottleneck for exporting our products. Even last 6 months back, our chemical factories were closed and they were not able to export because of the short of container and shipping lines. And China has deliberately booked all these things. So this is the biggest hurdle, which I think ICC, GCCI all together should prepare a white paper and submit to PMO. That this is what the bottleneck of our Indian industry, and it is very, very essential to see that the connectivity and the cargo should move easily. Without container you cannot export, without shipping line you cannot. So both should go parallel. I think India should also develop a shipping line also, because most of the shipping line are under control of China. So whenever there is some export pressure comes, China book everything and we don't get anything. So I think these are the need of the hour to present this issue to Honorable Prime Minister only. Other department will not do anything. So I think you all associations together should prepare a white paper, submit to the PMO, but these are the hurdles affecting our Atmanirbhar Bharat project. So kindly give some thought how to revive this issue, because we have Alang shipbreaking yard. There also steel, whether the steel is workable or not, we should work out. Otherwise steel is always available. We are the highest shipping breaking company in Alang only. So I think we should see that such things should come up and government should subsidize or give some benefits so that these things should make viable. Because if I have product but I am not able to, most of the chemical factories have lost their LCs and they become blacklisted because they are not able to supply their goods in time. So I think this is the very, very crucial thing, and I think it's a basic thing which we should address to Honorable PM only. Thank you.
Open top containers. So we are facing a lot of shortage of shipping containers in 40-feet open top category. So I request all three manufacturers to focus on this also.
Yeah, we can do 40 feet or 20 feet open top containers. Rather, we get those kind of inquiries. But the only problem again here is the inquiries are welcome, but they want the prices to be at par with China. So again, that is a problem. They want the containers in India, but they want the pricing of China. But still, we are working, we are happy with the inquiries, we are working, and eventually we will get there. As everyone has said here, slowly we will get there. As far as the pricing is concerned, we will get there maybe in 2 or 3 years. We will be at par with China as far as pricing is concerned. Quality, we are already there.
आप फेस કર્યો હશે. આપણું બાળક એન્જિનિયરિંગમાં એડમિશન લે ને એટલે આપણે એમ કહીએ કે હવે કોમ્પ્યુટર સાયન્સમાં જવાનું છે એમ બરાબર. 4 વર્ષ પછી બજારમાં જ્યારે ભણીને બહાર આવે ને ત્યારે કોમ્પ્યુટર સાયન્સની માર્કેટ પૂરી થઈ ગઈ હોય. કન્ટેનર મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ એઝ અ સિસ્ટમ્સ ડિફાઇન કરવાની જરૂર છે. ડિમાન્ડ વખતે એ મટીરિયલ્સ, કારણ કે એને બનાવવાની પણ એક સાયકલ છે બરાબર. હવે તમને આજે જોઈએ છે તો કોઈ સપ્લાયર આજ નહીં આપી શકે. એટલે એક ઇકોસિસ્ટમ ડેવલપ થવી ખૂબ જરૂરી છે. શૈલેષભાઈ કીધી એ વાત સાચી છે, કારણ કે દેર ઇઝ અ લોટ ઓફ પીપલ્સ કે જેમણે પોતાનો બિઝનેસ સફર કર્યો છે. અને અમિતભાઈ, ઇઝ ધ સમરી ઇફ વી કેન પ્રોડ્યુસ દેટ સ્ટેટિસ્ટિક્સ બાય ગેટિંગ ધ ફિગર્સ ફ્રોમ ધ એસોસિએશન લાઇક ડાયસ્ટફ and others, then it can be a real boost to the demand also. This is the genuine demand.
Jain, all of you. My name is Mr. Sanjay Makwana, ex-आर्मी. लास्ट 6 years में इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट के बिजनेस में हूँ. जैसे कि आपने बताया कि कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरर वाले को फ़ायदा होना चाहिए, बट उसका जो बेस है ना, वो मेरे हिसाब से वो बेस है इंपोर्ट एंड एक्सपोर्ट. जो उसका मेन बेस है मेरे हिसाब से वो इंपोर्ट एंड एक्सपोर्ट. तो आपने अपना प्रॉफिट बुक कर दिया है, और जब आप किसी अदर पर्सन को लाइक दैट शिपिंग लाइन को आप देते हैं, तो वो अपना $100 ऐड करके अपना प्रॉफिट निकाल के देते हैं. जब वो CHA को देते हैं तो CHA अपना $50 और ऐड करते हैं. तो जब एक्सपोर्टर का वो कॉस्टिंग जो है वो नहीं मैच होता आगे जाके, कि एज वेल एज जो मेरा कंपनी है वो दुबई में है और सऊदी अरेबिया में मेरा कोलैबोरेशन है. तो जब मैं मैच करता हूँ, अभी तो दोनों जगह पर मैं हूँ, तो जब मेरा कॉस्टिंग मैच नहीं हो रहा है, तो एज एक न्यू एक्सपोर्टर को, जो कि हमारा इंडिया का वो बेस है, वो इसीलिए है कि कंटेनर तो ज़्यादा कौन लेगा, इम्पोर्ट एंड एक्सपोर्टर. तो उसका ही जब वो रेट मैच नहीं हो रहा है, तो कैसे हम इस चीज़ को अचीव कर पाएंगे. तो अगर आप एज ए मैन्युफैक्चरर है, तो आप डायरेक्ट अगर उस कंट्री को दे, जैसे कि जेबल अली है या दमाम है, आप एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन क्रिएट करें, और तो वो कॉस्टिंग जो है वो 8 से 10 हज़ार रुपया कॉस्टिंग है, वो एटलीस्ट उसमें कम हो जाता है. वो कहते हैं ना कि बूंद बूंद से घड़ा भरता है. तो सेम एज वेल एज ऐसे ही, और कस्टम में भी ऐसा है कि TSC चार्ज होता है. अभी राइट नाउ अगर मुंद्रा में किसी ने एक्सपोर्ट किया होगा, तो वहाँ का TSC चार्ज इन द सेंस थर्मल हैंडलिंग चार्जेस, सर को बताइए वो जी, THC थर्मल हैंडलिंग चार्ज, तो वो 15 to 16,000 है. एज वेल एज जब हम जेबल अली अपना JNPT जाते हैं, तो उसका 35,000 है. वो कॉस्ट कौन बेयर करता है, एज वेल तो एक्सपोर्टर के ऊपर ही आता है. तो वहाँ पर वो कॉस्ट मैच नहीं होती है. तो कहीं ना कहीं ये सभी जगह हम कॉस्ट कटिंग करेंगे तो एक्सपोर्टर को फ़ायदा होगा. जब वो एक्सपोर्टर को फ़ायदा होगा, तो वो अपना प्राइसिंग कम दे पाएगा बायर को. जब बायर को कम होगा, अगर इनटू चाइना, हम चाइना बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन हमें वो कॉस्ट भी तो कटिंग करनी है ना. भाई मैं आज बायर हूँ, एज वेल एज मैं बायर हूँ. मैं आपको एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ कि कैरेट्स इंडिया में होता है गाजर. हमारी टीम दुबई में इंडिया से गाजर नहीं खरीदती है. इट्स प्रैक्टिकल. ये मैं किसी का कहा हुआ सुना हुआ नहीं कर रहा हूँ, ये मैं खुद कर रहा हूँ. मैं इसलिए ये चीज़ बोल रहा हूँ. हम कैरेट्स इंडिया से नहीं खरीदते. क्यों? हमें कॉस्टिंग नहीं मैच हो रहा है. हम यहाँ पर अदरक, लहसुन, जिंजर, गार्लिक्स हम इंडिया से नहीं खरीदते. हमारा कॉस्टिंग मैच नहीं हो रहा है. क्यों? सभी ने तो अपना अपना कॉस्टिंग ले लिया. तो एक्सपोर्टर को कहाँ वो प्राइस कॉस्ट कटिंग करेगा? जब एक्सपोर्टर कॉस्ट कटिंग बैठेगा तो ही इंपोर्टर को वो फायदा दे पाएगा. एक्सपोर्टर का फायदा नहीं है. हमारे बायर का क्या फायदा है वो हमें देख के काम करना होगा, तो बायर हमारे से परचेज करेगा ना. कोई भी है, आज हम कोई चीज़ इंपोर्ट करेंगे, हमारा फायदा है तो ही तो हम इंपोर्ट करेंगे. तो एज वेल एज सबका यही है कि थोड़ा थोड़ा बूंद बूंद करके, आप कंटेनर के मैन्युफैक्चरर है तो आप डायरेक्ट सामने वाली कंट्री को डिलीवर करें. जैसे कि मैं हूँ, मैं अपना एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, आप मुझे डायरेक्ट कंटेनर दीजिए ना. जो बीच वाले एजेंट होते हैं, जो कि अपने प्रधानमंत्री श्री साहब नरेंद्र साहब मोदी जी ने बोला है कि बीच में कटौती करिए उसको, जो एजेंट लोग हैं उनको थोड़ा थोड़ा करके हटाए. ऐसा नहीं बोल रहे कि जीरो कर दे, लेकिन उन लोगों को हटाइए ताकि एक नए एक्सपोर्टर क्रिएट हो. ऑल ऑफ यू, थैंक्स फॉर.
आपने जो पॉइंट्स बताया है उसमें 2 अलग अलग पॉइंट्स हैं. आप जो कॉस्ट बोल रहे हैं वो ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट है, वो हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है. हम आपको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से क्या कॉस्ट कम कर सकते हैं, अगर आप हमारे पास में डायरेक्टली आएंगे परचेज करने के लिए, हम आपको वो बेनिफिट दे सकते हैं अगर हमारा ओवरऑल कॉस्ट प्रोडक्शन का कम हो पाएगा. आपने जो बाकी कॉस्ट बताया वो ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट है, वो हमारे परव्यू में नहीं है, वो हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है, वो हमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते. आपका अगर डायरेक्टली एज एन एसओसी आपको कंटेनर ओन करने हैं, बाई करने हैं, आप हमारे पास में आइए. जो रेट वो टाइम पे चल रहा होगा रॉ मटेरियल के हिसाब से, उसके हिसाब से जो फाइनल कॉस्ट आएगा, वी विल ट्राई टू गिव यू द बेस्ट पॉसिबल रेट, एंड देन यू कैन कंपेयर इट विद चाइनीज़ प्राइजेस. हमारा एक्सपीरियंस अगर मैं आपको बताऊं, हमने चाइना के साथ डायरेक्टली कॉम्पीट करते हुए ही आज जितने भी कंटेनर सप्लाई किए वो किए हैं, ठीक है। किसी जगह हमने नुकसान किया है, किसी जगह एट कॉस्ट दिया है, बट द फर्स्ट पॉइंट एंड प्रायोरिटी वाज टू प्रूव इट टू द इंडस्ट्री, टू द इंडियन कम्युनिटी एंड टू द वर्ल्ड एट लार्ज के इंडिया में कंटेनर चाइना के क्वालिटी के कंपैरिजन में बन सकता है। ये पहला प्रायोरिटी था। तो हमने नुकसान में भी ऑर्डर्स लेके कंटेनर्स बनाए हैं और प्रूव किया है बड़ी कंपनीज़ को कि ये एट पार क्वालिटी का चाइना का कंपेयर करते हुए हम इंडिया में बना सकते। वो एक बार अचीव हो गया, उसके बाद आता है प्राइसिंग। प्राइसिंग का क्या है कि चिकन एंड एग वाला स्टोरी है। रॉ मटेरियल, बॉट आउट आइटम्स, वॉल्यूम्स, स्केल्स और प्रोडक्शन, ये सब एक साथ में जब बैठेगा तब आपका वो इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल काम करेगा और तब फिर हम उसको कॉस्ट कम करके कस्टमर को बेनिफिट दे पाएंगे। तो अभी ये शुरुआती स्टेज है, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। एक एक इश्यूज या एक एक चैलेंजेस को 1 to 1 एड्रेस करके ये वो लेवल पे आ जाएगा।
I think we've covered everything. So thank you very much to the panel for taking the time out. Thank you very much, Kirit bhai. Thank you very much, Manoj ji. Thank you very much, Kanut ji. And thank you, Vatsal ji. Thank you. Thank you for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oza, for moderating the session. And of course, this topic was indeed very important and it was well accepted by the audience. So I would request, if all of you can also reach us out. We have ICC website and we are there on all the social media platforms. So you can reach us out for any kind of suggestion, feedback, any ideas that you have and you want us to implement and take it forward. Thank you so much. And before we close our today's proceeding, I would want Mr. Soni to felicitate the guests on the dais. Mr. Manoj Victor. Mr. Gagan Nigam. Mr. Vatsal. And our session moderator, Mr. Oza. Thank you, all of you. We can have a group photograph, if all of you can please come forward. Thank you so much for joining us today. Before we close our today's proceeding, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors and partners, our partner Western Carriers India Limited, corporate contributor APPL Containers Limited, our association partner Ahmedabad Management Association, Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Supply Chain and Logistics Group. This event is also supported by National Highways Logistics Management Limited under the aegis of Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, along with Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority and Deen Dayal Port Authority. I would like to thank all the partners and supporters for associating with us in this initiative. I would also want to thank our distinguished speakers and our lovely audience and patient audience, of course, for the day to make the event a grand success with their thought-provoking and enriching deliberations. Thank you everyone for being a part of today's conference. The discussion and insights shared today have truly been enlightening, and I hope they have enriched you as we strive to build a resilient and future-ready logistics ecosystem by fostering innovation, driving sustainability, and strengthening policy frameworks. Once again, thank you for joining us today. Those who could not make it today, we look forward to see them in future events. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.